One of the biggest challenges that I face doing projects that span from tree to finish is the storytelling, because the process just extends over such a long period of time, from going out and picking up the log to eventually getting on the sawmill, getting it stacked and dried, and then having it sit around until it becomes the perfect material for whatever project I happen to have in mind. That can span several years. So I thought this time we'd do basically a recap of everything that went into making this piece of furniture here, the Serpentine chest of drawers, which just happens to be probably the most well-documented piece of not only build but also processing of material that I have. I have a video on picking up the logs, 3-part series on sawing boards versus sawing slabs, stacking and drying and cleanup on the mill, and then a 6-part series on actually building the whole Serpentine chest. They're all right here for you. I do have all the chapters laid out so you can navigate through this super long video at your convenience. And there's also a link to the original playlist that contains all the original videos that went along into this. Sit back, relax, enjoy, and we're gonna go all the way back to the very beginning to the tree. This was a walnut tree that was removed in someone's yard, and they were looking for the logs to go to a better cause than this being hauled over to the dump site where the tree service would have taken it. So they found me, they got a hold of me, and they had me come out to go pick this thing up. And I had got there this afternoon, and it was just a little bit after the tree service had left. They had dropped the tree on the ground, and it's left it there for me to cut up into whatever lengths that I needed. So this log is about 25 feet long. I'm gonna cut it into 2 10-foot lengths and then have a remainder piece. The trailer is 10 feet long, so that's kind of my limiting factor on length. And I don't really have any use or any way to really deal with anything longer as far as storage goes once things are cut up into lumber. So 10 feet is kind of the maximum length that I like to deal with anyway. Now this first section, the butt log, I'm cutting just a little bit over 10 feet. It's about 10.5 feet long. That's because the part where the tree service cut the hinge is a little bit goofy and messed up a little bit, so I'll likely have to trim back some of the material anyway. So it's going to leave me with a 10-foot finished length. Now the homeowners had also offered a piece of wood to one of their friends to carve or turn a bowl out of, and he needed something that was 12 inches in diameter and about 18 inches long. So you also see me cut what looks like a firewood around towards the top, and then the homeowners also wanted a couple of small rounds to maybe turn into a dish or something in the future. So you'll see me cutting those off the top of the log as well. And once the logs are all cut to size, I can start trying to work these things up the hill and get them into position to be loaded onto the trailer. And I'll just let this kind of play through. The bigger log, the first section, was a lot easier to get up the hill because it doesn't have all little nubs sticking off of it from all the limbs, so that one went pretty smoothly. But the second section with all those limbs sticking off of there definitely put up a challenge. Let's also try not to tear up their yard too much, which is kind of inevitable with this kind of stuff. There's only so much you can do. So you'll see me trying to put things under the log to hopefully keep it off the ground a little bit, keep it from digging in, and not do as much damage as just dragging it directly up the hill. So now with the 2 large logs in position, I can start on the loading process. So I'll switch over the cables to operate the arch and start in that process. As you'll see, the big log went on really easily and pretty effortlessly. There's not a whole lot of issue with something that's nice and cylindrical and doesn't have a bunch of things sticking out of it. The second log was a little more on the challenging side again to load. First of all, it's kind of at the wrong approach angle. It's still close to like maybe 90 degrees to the trailer instead of being parallel to it. So as I'm lifting it, I'm trying to spin it around about 90 degrees to get it running parallel to the length of the trailer. So what I'm doing is chaining it pretty tightly so I lift it really high in the hopes of being able to spin it around. But what ends up happening is I end up being able to set it on the log that's already on the trailer and kind of shimmy it over so that it turns and twists into position. And the rest of the loading process on this was a little bit of back and forth kind of stuff as it kept getting stuck on the rails on the trailer. Those little limbs were super annoying, but it's just part of the game with something with this much crazy stuff going on. So now the last little bit of the loading process is to pull the logs the rest of the way onto the trailer so they're not hanging off the end. And that's just done with the winch connected directly to the logs. So now on to the small section that's left at the bottom of the hill. I did go down there and try and roll or flip up the hill, but I realized this thing is ridiculously heavy for how small it is. So I went ahead and unspooled the winch cable again and just dragged up the hill. And the small section is going to get dropped on top of the bigger logs, which are already on the trailer. So I'll chain it up pretty short so I have a lot of lift and just drop it on top of the other ones. Hey! What are you doing? Huh? Huh? Alright, so let's measure this thing up. So down here is a little goofy. They kind of hacked that a little bit to get that wedge out of there, but this is sitting around 20 inches or so. Yeah, right around 20 inches down here. And then the top section of that tree, the bottom of that is about 19. So not a whole lot of taper in the butt log. And that butt log is pretty straight. There is a little of a bend right in this area, and then the limbs really start up here, which is about 10 feet off the ground. So this section here actually excites me the most. You know how much I love all these crazy limbs. There's going to be a lot of nice crotch figure and overall figure in here as well. This area here looks like there's going to be some compression figure. We got some cross marks on the bark, which is usually a good indicator of some compression figure. And then up here, as far as width goes, from this kind of crotch area here to the 180 degrees from it, we're looking at about a little over 2 feet or so, 28 inches or so of width right there. So this should be pretty good. And this little guy up top isn't too bad either. This ended up at, what we got here? Almost 5 feet long, 57 inches long, and it's got a nice little crotch up here. So there should be some pretty nice crotch figure here as well. And that's gonna be around 20 inches wide or so. So not too bad of a little tiny log for some smaller stuff, I guess. So I have my fresh, brand new bucket of anchor seal. Last one lasted me like 4 years, so I bought another one. Get these things sealed up so that they can sit here for a little bit. I got my favorite little paint cup. This thing actually works pretty well for this. Splat. And for all the info you could ever want on sealing logs, check out one of my previous videos. I'll leave a link to that up in the cards and down in the description. So this end's going to be a little tight with the trailer kind of in the way, but I'm not too worried about that right now because I have to pull these logs off the trailer and kind of store them for a bit. The sawmill isn't put back together yet from when I took it apart and painted it in my last sawmill video. So I'll be finishing that up shortly, and we'll be getting it some cutting shortly as well, which I'm pretty excited for. But these have to come off the trailer because I have another log I have to go pick up as well. Nothing super crazy, nothing super big, but another log, so I need a trailer for that. So even if I can't get these things perfectly sealed from here, this end I'll probably clean up from where the hinge was, but I just want to get something on here so they don't start cracking while they're just sitting here on the trailer overnight. Hey everyone, my name is Matt. Welcome to my backyard. That thing behind me is my homemade bandsaw mill, which I designed and built right here in my backyard. If you're curious about that, I have a whole series of videos that takes you through the entire adventure of building that, and I'll leave you a link to that if you're interested. This over here is my smaller log pile, smaller logs, then pile. So back here I have 3 walnut logs. I have 2 longer ones and then 1 shorter one. So I'll be cutting those, as well as these guys here. These are a couple of cherry logs that my friend Brandon brought me from a removal job. So the cherry logs are kind of similar as far as strategy goes to the walnut logs. I have a pretty straight grained butt log, or the main trunk of the tree, as well as a little more of a goofier upper section that has some crotches and just some weird limbs and stuff. So today I'll be sawing some boards out of the 2 butt logs. So before I cut everything into boards, I'm going to make cants out of the 2 butt logs. And I'm going to start with the cherry log. So I'm going to use my trailer to bring this thing over to the mill and get it loaded on the bed. And it should be pretty interesting because I have this big counterweight on my trailer today. So since this log is pretty dirty and the bark's already fallen off, I'll pull off as much as I can, especially within the blade path. You know, that way if there's any rocks or dirt in the bark, it's not going to dull my blade too much. So this log has a bit of like a curve in it, like in this direction here, as well as a slight taper. It's a little bit wider on that end than on that end. It's like 21 on that end and 19 on that end. So I've raised this side up about 1 inch or so. Just kind of balance things out, so when I come through here, I should end up with a straight cut instead of having a big tapered cut. This log also has this old limb kind of scar thing on here. This is from when there used to be a limb here and the tree has grown around that limb that was removed at some point. So I want to orient it so I end up with a cut that is parallel to this. That way I expose some crotch figure in the boards. So because we're making boards this time and not slabs, I'll be rolling this thing around and squaring up all four sides. So the majority of this is going to be removed, but I still want to think about the figure is going to be exposed on, I guess, the more show face. And I'm thinking the way that we'll end up sawing this is going to be up in this orientation here, coming down through this knot area to expose that crotch figure, as opposed to kind of coming the other way, making slices this way. That's just my way of thinking and bringing slab production into the board production world. This log is also pretty stable for not being up against the stops, so I think I should be okay to make my first facing cut at this point without having to worry about it rolling over. First cut's going to be around 18 inches off the bed. So this log has a bit of a nub on it, and now that it's rolled, that nub is contacting one of my bunks, causing this end of the log to be raised up into the air. So the log needs to be re-leveled before the next cut is made. Now what I could do is go down to the other end and raise it up into the air to match this side, or I can scoot the log down so that nub is sitting between the bunks, which I think I'll do. Now to set my first cut on this face, I'll measure out from the bed to see where the outside of the tree starts. That'll give me some reference as I'm setting my blade height. Ideally, if you're trying to make a nice clean cant, you want the blade to kind of hit where the outside of the tree starts. That'll give you the maximum yield on that face without any wane, which is just essentially a partial live edge. You also get down to that point in multiple passes. If you want to pull a board off first that has a live edge that can be later edged, you can do that first before getting all the way down to that final cut for this face before I roll the cant. I'll be cutting this cant pretty conservatively, so I'll probably leave some of that wane there and then trim it off later. Oh, ho, ho. Man, that is so clear. Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful stuff. So now at this point I have what I think I'm going to settle on as a cant. If you really wanted to, you can keep kind of sawing away until you get a totally square piece of wood, or like basically a big beam, and you don't have any wane, which is just basically partial live edge, which is what this board would have if I were to slice it out now. So for me, since I'm kind of going more for the most amount of wide boards as possible, I'm going to leave it at this point, and this is going to be my actual sawing cant. So up through here I have a bunch of dry rot. That's all this yellow stuff right through here. That's from that limb that was coming out in this direction. So when you're sawing boards and you're sawing more for yield, you want to think about how to remove defects or place them in places where they won't affect the grade of the lumber. And the grade is going to be the clearest boards possible. And in a case like rot like this, you want to think about where you want to put it. So if you were to saw down this way and make boards this way, maybe that rot just continues down a little bit just down to here, and then once you get past these first like 3 boards or something, the rot's gone and you have nice clear boards for the rest of the cant. Or if you cut it in the other direction this way, as you're coming through here, you're going to have boards that have an edge here that has some kind of like weird rot pocket kind of thing going on. But as you can see, I have narrow boards up here and wider boards down here. So it's just a matter of decision. Which way do you want to go? Do you want to have narrow boards with less stuff, less defects in it, or you want to have wider boards that have a little bit of defect here in the middle, for instance, but you still have nice clear stuff towards the ends. That's the cool part about sawing logs. 2 people might saw the same log 2 different ways, and I tend to saw things a little differently than most traditionalist wood because I'm going for stuff that I want to use for my own work, and I understand that there's going to be some raw pockets here that might not be usable for a project, but just because like this section of the board is no good, it doesn't mean it's not still some good stuff here for like a door rail or door style, and then this stuff all down here that's wide and clear, so that could be part of like a panel for a case or something. That's just the way my mind thinks because I'm actually using this stuff. And for me, I want nice wider boards, so if this were to be like the side of a chest of drawers, this would be 2 boards book matched. This one and the next one would give me the whole width of the side of a chest of drawers. So now it's just really a matter of turn the log back to the cutting face and start slicing boards out of it. But in the interest of efficiency, since I have 2 logs to turn into cants and slice into boards, I'm going to set this cant aside, bring up the next log and make a cant out of that one, and then I can saw both logs at the same time into boards a little bit quicker. So I decided that instead of taking the cherry can off the mill and putting it back on, I would put the walnut log next to it and just kind of work up against it, and we'll see how that goes. The walnut log is bigger than the cherry log, so in theory I should be able to work up here above the cherry log or the cherry cant before having to worry about anything. So hopefully I can get this walnut log into a cant that is bigger, or at least the same size as the cherry one. So same kind of strategy with this walnut log. I'm going to go for yield more than efficiency. So I'll be cutting some pretty small sappy boards out of here and just kind of making the most of what we have here in log form. This first cut is going to remove a bit of a bend in the tree. The base of the tree, as well as the area of the tree that's towards the starting point of the saw head, are both kind of bent upwards. So I have this thing oriented as sort of a smiley face right now. That'll remove the curvature of the log. And this whole thing is going to be pretty much the same exact process as the cherry log, turning it into a cant. It's going to make some cuts, and then when I'm ready to roll it, give it a roll, make some more cuts, and just keep rolling until I have cleaned up all 4 sides. So it's now day 2. Yesterday I got out here starting at about 3 o'clock, so that gave me about 2 hours to get to this point, and that's just how my life goes. It's usually broken up like that. Today, the next day, I have a couple hours once again before I have to record wood talks, so I have some time here to get out here and do some more sawing on these logs. Another beautiful fall day here. Today not quite as warm. It's maybe low 60s today. Yesterday got to the upper 60s. Absolutely incredible for this time of year. Tomorrow should be a high of like 42. So we're gonna get some actual fall weather tomorrow, but this is kind of the last really beautiful day of the year, I think. So I should be able to get one kind of narrow, sappy board off of here before coming down and making the actual final cut for the cant. So we'll get that pulled off first, and then give this thing another roll. So now that the cant is squared up, I can decide on which face I want to cut my boards from. It is actually square, so there isn't one wider face to cut from to get wider boards, for instance. So it's just really going to be a visual look at it, kind of see what's going to give you the most amount of yield or the most amount of yield for what you're looking for. As I'm looking at this, I have a couple of things to consider. I do have this decent amount of wane down here, but it does terminate somewhere up here, so there is like this corner that we're missing from those boards. This face is pretty good, but I do have the hinge cut at the other end, so the other end has a bit of an angle on it, so that would be kind of a waste area on those boards. If I were to flip this thing 90 degrees, the waste area down there would become kind of an area where the boards would get longer and longer as you get further down the log, as opposed to having this weird angle on the end. Now as far as figure goes, I do have this one knot right here, so that would produce a little bit of crotch figure in the couple of boards to the middle if I come down this way. So that's a consideration. Now as far as this face goes, I have some more knots and things in here. So if I wanted to remove these knots and have clearer boards, I could cut through here. There'd be a few boards with some knots in it, and then you should get some clear stuff towards the middle. Or I can saw down this way, just like on that side, and have some crotch figure in the boards right around this knot here and maybe some around here. So the decision becomes, do we want crotch figure or do we want more yield of the length? That is the question. I know what the traditional sawyer would do, but that's not me. So in between these two cants, I'm going to put all of my boards that I cut that need to be edged. That way, as I go through and make my cuts, I can be edging as I'm making boards. This gives me a way to clamp these in place without having to worry too much. I'll just have to kind of move the cants to release the boards, which shouldn't be too bad. So check this out. Look how nice that cherry is. Really deep, rich red. It's actually a lot more red than cherry typically is fresh milled around here. So this is probably gonna darken up real nice. Walnut's looking pretty good. So you can see here, this cut was made yesterday. You can see the color has kind of purpled a little bit. That's kind of what you naturally see. And the fresh stuff has a lot more green to it. And in, I don't know, a few minutes, maybe 20 minutes or so, this green will fade and it'll become more of a purple color like we're used to. Some really cool color and grain in these ones. Here's a look at that cherry. Really nice stuff. A little bit of rot down here, but the rest is all looking pretty nice. These are all going to get stacked directly into the basement for drying immediately. So I got to clear out all my stuff in there still. So I'm just going to stay over here for now. I'm also being pretty conservative on the edging. So taking it out probably a little bit earlier than most people would, just to have a little more yield. Mostly straight edge, so you have the functionality of having a straight edge in the rough material, but also you have a little bit more just wood to work with in general. Windy today. That's nice. So I have my first finished edged board. Now again, I stopped kind of early on this one. I still got some bark that could be edged off, but there's some usable sappy material there for something. So it's ready to get flipped, I think. I think I'll call this one good as well. Splish splash. Man, it's crazy how much greener this stuff is in the first few minutes after you cut it. It's so different. It's so green. This stuff is really nice. So I'm really glad we oriented this thing so we can cut through this crotch figure here. So we have a nice band of crotch right here. And that kind of plays through these boards. These are sequential from left to right, I guess. Or yeah, this is the first one I cut all the way across. And yeah, we got some really nice, just kind of like little knots and figure things here and there, which are, you know, things that I like, that's for sure. Down towards the base here, we have a few feet of totally clear stuff. But even with the areas up here that do have knots in them, they're pretty small, they're solid, and I think they add a nice bit of figure or a little bit of interest because the grain kind of flows around them and you get a little more curvature in the grain. These two here are going to have, I think, the most quarter-sawn grain, so that's pretty straight and clear, and it looks good. Okay, let's take a look at some cherry. So this stuff doesn't look like it's as nice as I thought it was going to be. It does have a decent amount of dry rot here towards the center of the tree. The first boards off are pretty nice though, but these ones are getting a little more on the dry rot side. You can already see all this is falling out because all this is rotting through here. But there's still some really nice clear stuff right over here, so still some really usable boards. I've used a lot of stuff like this over the years, just cutting around the rot. So over here you can see all the staining through here. This is still pretty good, but it is rot stained, so it does have a different look than the normal cherry, which is going to be over here. But this is a piece of quarter sawn stock right through here. So if you want to pull like a door style or rail from here and have quarter sawn stock for that, there is your quarter sawn door parts there, and there's some more nice clear stuff here. So there's your quarter sawn board. If I were to quarter saw this log, this side would be like waste boards, and I have these little boards right here for quarter sawn stock, and like this I have a whole board where I can pull whatever I want from. Still really nice stuff. Looks like cherry. You know, you got your reds and yellows and oranges and blues and reds, and I already said reds, but all different kinds of colors in the stuff. It's nice. So the cants on the sawmill still have one more cut to go. So go ahead and get that cut made to separate that last two pairs of boards, and then we can take a quick look at those as well. So that's an overview of turning a log into a bunch of boards, and as you can see, you spend a lot of time in the beginning getting your cant ready, and then once you have your cant, it's just a matter of slicing that thing up into the individual boards. Now I alluded to the idea of sawing for grade in the video, and the real goal with that style of sawing is to produce the highest level grade lumber from your cant as possible. So you're trying to produce boards that have hopefully no defects at all, any wane or knots or anything like that. And you're going to be probably flipping your cant around as you go, trying to saw off the best face. And the more experience you get sawing logs, the better you'll be at sawing for grade, or being able to see which way kind of orient this thing to get the highest grade lumber as possible, therefore the most commercially valuable lumber as possible off of that log. And you're kind of trading off wide boards, don't really matter as much as long as you can get some clear stuff that's still commercially valuable. So that's a different way of doing things as well. And if you're trying to do a little more production style, you're probably not going to be doing very much edging on the actual mill. You'll probably have a dedicated edger. So if you have a twin blade edger, you'll just be cutting slabs essentially and then sending it through the edger to get both sides edged all at once. Or if you have a single-sided edger, you might just saw your log up into like a three-sided cant, leave one side with the raw edge, and then that will be trimmed off on the edger after it's off the mill. So just sort of scratching the surface here with the edged lumber production. And today we're continuing on with our cherry and walnut logs. Last time we cut the base sections of both of these, this log and the next log which we'll cut, and those are cut into boards. These two logs have a lot more limbs and kind of goofy things going on with them, especially this cherry log which I'm sitting on that has this nice crotch up here. I want to turn this log as well as the other two walnut logs into slabs. That should give me a lot more options in the future as far as what I want to do with these things. If I want to use the crotch section of this log later on and resaw it into panels, for instance, like on the sideboard I'm building right now out of walnut, I was able to resaw panels to create all 6 kind of individual panels from the left all the way around to the right side of the case out of just 2 slabs. So it's a little bit of a contrast to the last one. We were sawing boards. a little more labor intensive as far as the sawing goes. Slabbing logs like this, pretty quick because you make your cuts and you really don't have to be moving stuff around all that much. So first, let's take a look at this log, which I've all set up ready to saw, and then we'll get into some cutting. So first thing you'll notice about this is this has a bit of a bulge here on this side before we get into the crotch limbs. You can see the log was kind of curving up in that direction. So I have this area here, which I can saw into some, I guess, crotchless boards or shorter than the total length of the log. So I'm debating whether or not I'm going to cut this into a couple of 4/4 boards to go with the boards we cut last time, or I cut one big slab. I think I'm going to make the first cut up through here and see what it kind of looks like. And orienting the log this way, of course, exposes all the crotch figure because we're cutting parallel to the crotch, which will give us some nice crotch figure coming down through here where the two limbs up here meet in the middle of the tree. I did have to raise this side of the log up a little bit to get this first area nice and even. So I've got this thing up about 1.5 inches off the bed down here at this end, which kind of levels out that top cut, so I'm not making a big taper off cut. When I roll this thing over, most of the waste is going to be coming across here and cutting these limbs off, this little wedge piece down here. Now on the base log, we did find out that there was a decent amount of rot in there, and I'm guessing that might have been from where this kind of limb thing used to be, because if we come around to the back side of the log, we can see there is some rot kind of forming down here. This is all dry rot all through here, so the slabs might not be that great towards the bottom there. They might not be that great at all. That's just part of cutting logs, I guess. But hopefully the part that I actually really care about, the crotch section, is still in good shape. And just judging by what I see down here, it looks pretty good. This side looks a little iffy. There is a little bit of kind of deterioration there, but again, we'll see. So nothing too exciting to point out at this time, so let's get that first cut made. Oh yeah. I love sawing cherry, it smells so good. So I think I should be able to pull 3 boards off, this one and then 2 more, and then we'll be into some slabs, but this stuff is just beautiful. Some beautiful, beautiful color in here. I think what these ones will become is just live edge boards. I won't worry about actually edging them, but they'll be able to be stacked with the other 4/4 boards really easily. So let's take a look and see what we're dealing with here. A little rusty today. There we go. Check this out. Isn't that some nice color? It's really nice. Getting up to here is where it gets interesting. You start to see some of the figure coming through from the crotch. So you got this little bit of figure coming up through here, which is just going to get more and more intense the further down to the log we actually get. Looking like on this side we have some stainings, so this probably has some rot somewhere, maybe above it in a limb up here or something like that. But this darker color is more indicative of some rot. Got an old limb right there. The tree lost a limb and grew around it to heal, which is cool to see. Some interesting gum pockets through here, so those black lines are. I love cherry. It's one of my favorite species to saw and use. Oh, yes. This is gonna make some nice stuff. What I really like about this is that the grain is almost like rectangular. So if you come up through here, the grain is arched back around and comes straight back down again. And that is just such a cool look. I'm really excited about this stuff. There is this kind of split, kind of weird I don't know what that is coming through here, but it is a crack, and it runs the whole entire length of that board there. So we'll see how deep that actually goes. But this surface now, this flat surface I just cut, is going to be the bottom side of the last slab. Because at this point, I think what I'll do is roll this thing over and start cutting it into slabs. So now I can set the saw the right height off the bed so that as I cut down I get even boards. And I'm thinking for these, since it's not super wide, I'm going to cut these at 8/4. So it'll be a thick 8/4, about 2 1/8 inches thick. So since I don't have an 8/4 scale for my mill, I need to go off of the tape and figure out how much I need to move the saw head each time for a 2 1/8 inch thick board. So I do that in increments of 2 1/4 inches. So that's 2 1/8 for the desired finished cut, plus 1/8 for the kerf of the blade, which is actually more than the kerf of the blade by a little bit. The blade kerf is 0.1 inches, and of course 1/8 of an inch is 0.125. So this is going to leave me with a board slightly thicker than 2 1/8 inches thick, which is all right in my book. So all I do is just kind of enter the increments in there, find the closest one to start with, and then I'll just subtract 2 1/4 every single time I can cut. Alright, let's get these things out of here and take a look at them. This one's a little small, but still some good stuff in there, it looks like. No crazy rod or any kind of really big defects or anything. Voids, things like that. That looks pretty good. Let's see what this guy's got going on. Just kidding, it's not that bad. I don't need to grunt today. Don't need the extra strength. So that is where all that rot came from. This limb right here, it looks like. Maybe this one too. And this little limb here. So I guess all the limbs over the years kind of produce a little bit of rot, but this one was the biggest. Crotch figure's starting to show though. That's nice. Always nice to see that. Grab another one here. Oh yeah, that's amazing. Wait till you see this one. There's some nice crotch figure on this. There's 2 book match slabs. This one and the next one off of here, they're gonna have the most crotch figure, and it's a pretty decent amount. The last one's got some crotch figure as well. That's nice too. Got my water. Let's see what we got here. Check out the color in this. The one thing I like about cherry where it has some rot standing or there's some rot somewhere in the log near it is you get a much more red color out of the wood because it is stained, but it's not actually rotten. It just has the color characteristics of dry rot, which is really cool. So a little bit of crotch figure in this first one. Not a whole lot, but you're starting to see it kind of poking through there. But as we go on to the next guy, we start to see some more serious crotch figure there. And then up the rest of the slab. Got a little bit of rot here and there around some of the knots. And then there's the bigger one, which kind of let a lot of rot down into the lower log. This guy is the good one. That's got some more significant crotch figure in it. Really, really nice feather there. Looks pretty cool. Got a little spalting here too, through here. So we've got a little spalt here and there. All that black stuff there is all spalting. Up through here, got some more of that rot infiltration. So another one of those big limbs. Let a lot of rot kind of coming down here into the main trunk of the tree and instead of down to the other log, which we just cut last time. A lot of cool color though. This guy, before I put water on it, I want to show you the dry rot so you can really see when it's actually dry like this that all of this through here is all dry rot. So it's got kind of a grayish yellow kind of color to it. You can see this white stuff forming through here. That's all fungi. So it's actually rotting through here. But that's okay. If we want to use that as is, we can always stabilize it. Otherwise, you can cut around it, and all the stuff on this side is perfect. It's actually pretty close to quarter sawn, or right around there. You got some really nice straight grain stock there, and it's just gorgeous. Then you, of course, have this nice bit of crotch feather up here. So let's take a look at this guy next. Splish splash and whatnot. That's a good one. Oh, missed a spot. Oop. So this face on this one will be the book match of the nice one, which is put away. So it's pretty much exactly the same as that last one. There's that rot now that we have some water on there. Still pretty cool though. You can see how sort of the crotch figure rots a little bit. So you can see this kind of ripple coming through here. That was the crotch figure, but that's all rotten now. And back down here, there's those few little bits of spalting next to that nice crotch figure right through there. So then the bottom side of this one is actually the top side of this one here. So you can see there's that kind of split thing up through here. You can see some more of that white fungi stuff. Some really nice color though. And we got a nice burst of crotch figure down here as well, which is always nice. So let me get these ones stacked and out of here, and then we can move on. All right, we are all set for some water tossing. Let's see what these things look like. You can already see like how green they are because they're just cut again. But look at the purple up here where it's actually had some time to dry. That's where its limb was torn off. You can see the purple starting to kind of color shift down a little bit through here. So that's the dry color. The green is the fresh milled color. So I'm actually kind of surprised how clear these are. There's not a whole lot of super crazy stuff, especially towards the middle of the log. This is quarter sawn right through here. So this is nice quarter sawn walnut. So some really nice, actually really nice straight grain stuff through here, which is really nice. Got some sprinkling of crotch figure throughout the slabs. So there is a bit of crotch right there, and then there's the actual limb it came from. So a little bit of crotch figure right through there. And then you get some figure around the knots as you go up to the top of the log. With some really interesting knots with some figure around them like this guy right here. As we get towards the top where we get kind of the limbs that I was trying to kind of split in half, you get some crotch figure coming in from here and from there. So a little bit of double crotch action on this guy, but the center area here coming up, that's just a really cool look. Something about that just looks really interesting to me. Okay, the next three. So let's take a look at what these guys look like. Get more water. There. These are beautiful. That's just incredible. So starting with the crotchiest one, this is probably going to be probably the best one. It's got the most amount of crotch figure here. This is exactly what I was going for with splitting that crotch through both of these limbs, so I exposed crotch figure from both limbs. So success there. But man, it's just crazy how clear this is through the center here. Not a whole lot going on. We got a little pack of knots right there, but coming down through here until we get to this other limb down here, that's some nice straight grain stuff right there. Beautiful. As we get towards the outside of the log, things get a little bit crazier. Start getting a lot more of those bullseye type knots as we get closer to the outside of the log where those limbs actually lived. We got that big old bullseye up there because there's that limb that was coming out straight down that way into the ground from this orientation. Overall though, I'm quite pleased with this. So next, real quick, I'm going to grab that smaller section of log, that mostly crotch section, and get that thing up onto the mill and get it sliced up. With this one, I'm mostly looking to expose the crotch figure from the upper two limbs. That should give me a little bit of interesting figure, and that'll give us some nice fun looking crotch slabs. So with this thing being as small as it is, it should be pretty easy to just get it up there and get slicing. All right, let's take a look. Super green. That is some beautiful crotch figure though. So I think the beauty in these ones can kind of speak for themselves. Got some really nice crotch feather coming down through here. That's probably about 18 inches of crotch, which is pretty darn nice. You can see this is towards the center of that crotch area. You have the most amount of figure through there, and it's just absolutely just beautiful. Can't wait to do something with these. Don't know what, but something. So that's an overview of the slab cutting process, and as you can see, the slab cutting process versus the board cutting process is a lot less labor intensive as far as, I guess, setup time before making your actual product. So with the board sawing, you're cutting a bunch of like offcuts off of a log until you get a cant, and then you start cutting your product. With cutting slabs, you really only make a facing cut, roll the thing over so it's stable if you need to, unless the log is big enough to be stable on its own. Then you just slice down to the bed. So it is a lot less work in the beginning as far as getting the log actually ready to be cut into the final product, which is the slabs. And the other thing with cutting slabs is once you make your initial cut, you're kind of locked into that cut orientation. You're going to cut that way through the log. You're not going to be able to kind of flip around and cut from whatever side you want like you are when you're cutting boards. So that's something to consider as well. Now, kind of reflecting back on what we talked about at the end of the last video about edging, if you are actually doing board production, you're probably doing a whole lot of actually edging with the saw itself. You have a separate edger for that. So the whole work ahead of time might not be that big, but if you're planning on using a saw to do the edging, you can really see how the time savings as far as time on the saw is a lot better when you're cutting slabs than cutting boards. And then generally the methodology is a little bit different with cutting slabs because you're really trying to cut things that are interesting and unique. So you want to expose all the interesting characteristics of the grain in the log, maybe expose an interesting shape in the log, things like that, versus when you're cutting boards, and especially if you're sawing for grade, you don't really want any of this weird stuff in your boards. You want things to be as uniform as possible, so there's a little bit of difference there. So that does it for part 2 of the series. Next time we're going to take a look at the rest of the process because this is just the beginning. There's a whole lot more that goes into producing lumber than just what you see as far as cutting on the mill goes. So we'll cover disposal of all the waste, so all the offcuts and all the sawdust. We'll also cover stacking and drawing and how that's a little bit different with slabs versus boards, and bring things right around to a finished dried product. And in this video, we're going to cover the not so glamorous side of lumber production. We're going to talk about stacking, all of the cleanup work that goes into making all this lumber, and we'll also cover drying a bit. I have done a video in the past about air drying your own lumber. I'll leave you a link to that if you haven't seen it. This is going to be a little bit different. In the original video that I did on drying, that was a little more generalized for everyone. This time I'm going to specifically talk about the methodology that I use to dry lumber here in my basement that I've been using for, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, something like that. Long time. It's working really well. So, what I'm sitting on right now is I have a few slabs that I've been drying for about 1.5 years, and I have all of this stuff up here, which is some of my own personal collection of lumber for my own projects. What I use this stuff for is dead weight to help hold my stack down. So the first step in stacking all my new lumber is to remove all of this dry lumber that's sitting here in storage out of here, and I'll stack it outside on top of the farmhouse table, which actually works out quite nicely for this. And here at the bottom of the stack I have some 12-quarter cherry that's been drying in here for about 18 months or so. It should be pretty much fully dry at this point, but I am keeping this for myself. I'm not going to use it for a couple of years anyway. I have no intention of using any 12-quarter for anything anytime soon anyway, so this is going to sit for several more years regardless. So I used pretty much all the 12-quarter cherry I had when I built the high boys, so I cut this stuff to replace what I had on hand before. So if I ever need to do any more gooseneck moldings or I need any more 3x3 square stock, I have the slabs ready for that. So I'm going to get these things out of here, and then we can talk about stacking strategy. So if you have all boards of the same thickness and all the same length, you're going to start stacking and go crazy and you have no thought at all at this step. However, if you're kind of mixing thicknesses and lengths like I am here, I have these 8-foot slabs, 9-foot cherry boards, and like 11-foot walnut boards. You need to kind of think about the strategy of how these things are going to stack. So with the different lengths, that one's pretty easy. You want to have the longer boards on the bottom and the shorter ones towards the top, so there's always support as you go up the stacks. Nothing is cantilevered or hanging off without actually having contact with your foundation through those sticker columns. Now with the different thicknesses, there's a couple of approaches there. The first one would be to put the thicker stuff on the bottom. If you want to be cycling out your stacks as much as possible, having the thicker stuff on the bottom allows you to leave that stuff there and take the thinner stuff off first and put new thinner stuff on top. If you want to cycle through stuff, that thinner stuff is going to dry faster than the thicker stuff, and you can cycle through, in this case, like 4-quarter versus 8-quarter. You could probably cycle through 2 stacks of 4/4 on top of a stack of 8/4 before the 8/4 is totally dry. So you would have, well, I guess, 1 cycle in the middle. Then the second time you empty out, you take everything out. So you have that. The other way is to put the thicker stuff on top. Because the thinner boards, like the 4/4, just has more tendency to kind of move around. There's less structure there. They're thinner. They have more tendency to kind of, potato chip a little bit. If you're not going to have a lot of additional weight on top of your stack, having the thicker stuff on top just adds to the overall weight, holding that thinner stuff down, holding it flat. Got a pancake again. There you go, pancake. And then, of course, the downside to that is that if you want to actually empty out the 4/4 or thinner stock on the bottom, you need to remove all the thick stuff on the top, which may not be dry. But if you're not really too worried about cycling out stock, that might be a better way to go. So because I'm mixing all kinds of things, I have different lengths, I have different thicknesses, I have edged and non-edged boards. My strategy is going to be a little bit, I guess, unique. So my long stuff, the walnut's going to go down first. That is the longest stuff. It needs to contact the base all the way across its entire length. And then I'll stack the cherry boards in along with that to kind of nest things together a little bit. So all my 4/4 is going to go in first, and then I'll start stacking the live edge slabs. These guys, as you'll see, don't stack nearly as efficiently as edged lumber. That's the biggest disadvantage to slabs like this, is they don't stack nearly as uniformly because they're all kinds of goofy shapes. And one of the reasons why slabs are more expensive, or live edge lumber is more expensive than edged lumber most times, is because it's just less efficient to produce. So I'm going to grab the first walnut board, bring it in, and make sure that the base is going to be set up for something that is 11 feet long. So you can see what I'm going to be doing is essentially boxing in this bookcase, since these are going to be too long to go all the way back. So I'll have the cherry boards towards the back, walnut boards in the front. And judging by the width we have here, it'll probably be 2 walnut boards and a single cherry board per row. So that's the first layer. So now I can put my stickers down and keep stacking. That's going to be the overall stack kind of shape, with 2 walnut boards and then a cherry board in the rear. And as I'm going through these, I am using a broom to knock off the snow, but it's actually more to knock off any sawdust that may be still on the surface. I already did this when I stacked these over here temporarily back in October, so they are pretty clean, but I want to remove the sawdust from the surface because sawdust holds moisture, and holding moisture against the surface like that is a good way for you to get some mold on your boards. It also means that the boards going in the house are cleaner, so less vacuuming for me to do later. And if you're wondering, the stack is right there through that window, so this trellis is on the short end of the stack. And it is very poorly lit down here. So I'll continue stacking in this manner until all of the full-length boards are in the stack, and then I can move on to the odd stuff that was cut as well. To make these odd things a little bit easier to stack, I'll cut away any undesirable areas, especially the areas where the logs kind of taper off into bark, where the thickness essentially gets variable towards the end. For the stacking and for where the stickers are going to actually end up, those stickers need to end up on boards that are consistent thickness, so the stack doesn't get all thrown off. Yeah, that fits. So what I'll do here is just grab a short sticker and just kind of put it under here to support it on this end. I'm not super worried about this side here, but I'll throw another sticker under that side. There. So that takes care of that spot. And then over here, I don't have anything else that I can stick in there short enough. So I have this offcut here, which has this flat area here that's been cut. So I can lay it in here like that, and that becomes a spacer to carry the weight from one layer to the next. So now with all of these shorts, it becomes a little bit of a kind of a puzzle to get everything in here, but that's kind of the fun of the game. But of course, if you were just trying to stack all of these boards at once and you weren't planning on putting longer stuff on top, you really wouldn't have to worry about nesting them all like this. So So that leaves me with this one last board to go, and I'm not going to be able to fit it into this layer, but that's all right because I'll do the slabs next. And I can probably find a spot for this on top of all of those. So let's start bringing in slabs to dry. And there's a couple of, I guess, stacking strategies that come to mind for this. So first off, I can keep stacking these in layers like the lasagna we've been making so far. Probably be able to get 2 slabs down per layer and stack that way. Or you could bring them in exactly like this and leave them as a unit, as a boule, and stack them on top of the existing stack that's there. Looking at the size of these things, I could actually get them both in here, or both on top of the stack. If I spin the walnut slab around and stack it next to the cherry one, I should have enough room and width on the stack to do that. I think that's gonna be a little bit easier so I can take advantage of all these smaller stickers because I'm running out of the longer ones. But again, with stacking slabs like this, one of the things you'll see as you get them into the stack is that they're nowhere near as efficient as far as space goes to stack in one spot. So if these were edged, for instance, the walnut, you could probably get three slabs wide per stack or per layer. And with it in slab form, you're probably going to only get 2 per layer if you're doing side-by-side slabs, sort of like what I'm doing. I guess these are like side-by-side boules. With the cherry with the big crotches on one end, to make these stack efficiently or even possibly in the space I have, it would be a matter of flipping them end for end or rotating them end for end. So the crotches, that's going to sound bad, the crotch touches the butt of the log. So kind of like sleeping, head to toe if you're sharing a bed with somebody. That would allow you to kind of split the difference between the width and make up the 4 feet wide stack when one end is 3 feet wide and the other end is, 1.5 feet or so. So that's going to do it for getting all the stuff in here stacked. At this point, I can start bringing in all of my dry stuff to act as dead weight, and this stuff can sit in here and dry for a little while. So in a couple months, we'll come back and talk a little bit more about the specifics of the drying schedule and why I have things kind of the way they are, kind of walk through the specific process that I use. But until then, let's talk a little bit about waste and cleaning up and disposing of all of that. This is 4 logs, and I did slabs for 2 and boards for 2. So this is, you would have more waste if you're doing all boards. And this is, again, only 4 logs. So you can imagine if you had, 20 logs you're cutting all day, how big this stack is going to be. And you need to find some way to deal with all this waste. And so there's a few kind of strategies that you can kind of employ. When I was cutting stuff out with Jim out at his farm, we would only handle this material once. So this stuff would go from the sawmill into a burn pile, and then he would just light it on fire once a year and get rid of it all at once with absolutely no effort at all, and you're only handling material once. That's a great strategy. Another method for this is to give it away for firewood or find someone who'll take it for free. That's a very good way to go because it's very minimal input on your part. The person coming to get it handles picking it up and putting it in their truck and getting it out of your way. That's a good way to go. You can cut it up for firewood yourself and either use it for yourself, or if there's a market for it, you can try and sell it for firewood. Around here, at least, firewood prices is not really worth the effort really to even cut it up and try and sell it. You're not going to make much on your time if you're looking at it that way. Of course, that's going to vary by location and all of that. I find that for this stuff, my neighbor has a firewood rack and we kind of share that. So I'll just fill it up with whatever offcuts we have from, or I have from cutting on the sawmill, and once those racks are full, This stuff just goes on Craigslist and someone else can kind of deal with it. So you can, of course, keep cutting these things as well. There's still, like this guy here, there's still a board in there. There's a 18-inch board by, I don't know, 8 inches maybe in there. If you want to spend your time cutting little boards like that, you can certainly do that as well. When I was cutting a lot more with Jim back in the day, I would take nothing this small, but bigger stuff like this, and I would just resaw it here on the bandsaw and get some boards out of it, just because I guess it seemed like a fun thing to do. The other thing you're going to be left with as well, if you're doing edging, you're going to have a whole bunch of these little edging strips to do something with. So again, these can go for firewood or whatever, but this is all the edging strips from 2 logs, so you can imagine how much waste this produces by turning something cylindrical into something rectangular. So if you're doing like 20 logs, or you're doing a whole day's worth of sawing and you're actually sawing through 20, 30, 40 logs, you're gonna have a lot of waste. These things, if there were any big ones, what I used to do when I had too much time, I would grab some from the pile from out the farm, and I would just lean them up against the wall in the house and let them dry that way, and I would use those in cutting boards for strips and just get laminated in with everything else, and you never really know. They don't need to dry really straight or flat or anything because it's going to get glued into a big block of cutting boards. So that's what I used to do with those. I've taken a lot of those things home over the years and used them. You can also dry them and use them for sticker stock if you want to. I have no interest in doing that with these anymore. So as I'm processing this stuff here into firewood, it's going to go something like this. Everything's going to get cut up into firewood lengths, and I'll cull out all of the decent pieces. So there's going to be a lot of pieces that are just mostly bark, that are maybe like 1/8 of an inch thick, little tiny pieces of wood. That's going to be waste. It's not going to make good firewood. You could probably use it for kindling or something, but I really don't feel like storing that around here. So once I pull out all of the good firewood pieces and get them stacked on the rack, I will dispose of all of the remaining bits immediately so they are out of the way and I don't have to deal with them anymore. It's just crazy how much waste sawmilling actually produces. So out of about 4 logs, it was all of this up through here. So it's maybe 1/3 of this rack, which is 1/3 of a cord. So 1/9 of a cord of firewood out of 4 logs. And I sawed pretty conservatively on these ones. Next up is the sawdust and bark and chips and the stuff that falls around the sawmill. The sawdust that makes it out of the chute is the quickest part of the cleanup. It's pretty easy to just scoop it up and dump it in the wheelbarrow, and it allows me to use my snow shovel year-round. Once it's full, I'll dump the wheelbarrow along the back of my property to decompose. Now, although this part of the cleanup process can seem like a chore, I really enjoy it. It's a great after-hours activity that gets me outside and off my butt for a bit. Since I spend so much time at my desk, I really appreciate these small but active tasks that get me moving for about a half hour. As an extra bonus, scooping up sawdust and bits of bark is something my boys really enjoy helping me with. Them being excited to be outside and helping me are the moments that I wouldn't trade for anything. So we'll scoop up what we can from around the chute area and then move to working on between the bunks. I have a short gravel shovel that works well to scrape the debris out, and then I can come back with the snow shovel and scoop it into the wheelbarrow. And then I'll go to the other side and clear out from between the bunks on that side as well. And lastly, I'll come through with a leaf blower to get the remainder. This just blows to the side of the driveway where I can scoop it up. So all in all, the cleanup produced 5 wheelbarrow loads of debris. Granted, the tree in the driveway had just dropped its leaves, so let's call it 4 loads. Roughly 2 loads of sawdust and 2 loads of bark and chips. That's a 6 cubic foot wheelbarrow, just for reference. So 4 logs needed 4 loads of debris. So expect around 6 cubic feet of debris for every 18 inch or so diameter by 10 foot long log. So it's a few months later, and now everything is dried and ready to go. So I stacked everything in here at the beginning of December, and it is now the end of May. The 4/4 stock was fully dried back in mid-February. So a little bit about my stacking process here in the basement and how it sort of differs from conventional stacking methods, I guess. So first off, I have the stack almost all the way up against the wall. That's going to prevent natural airflow from going through the stack. I also have some fairly thin stickers. These are 1/2 inch thick, which is conventionally pretty thin for stickering lumber. Now that is going to be also affecting the airflow in the stack. It's going to keep it at a minimum as far as natural airflow goes. You can also see I've also stacked another stack of logs over here, which is further going to box things in and prevent natural airflow through the stack. And this is actually the second stack of large slabs that I've dried in the spot since this stuff has been here. What all of that restriction is going to do is going to put me in control of the amount of airflow that goes through the stack using a fan. And by using a fan, I can control the drying rate of this stuff, because the biggest problem with drying in the basement is that it gets so dry here in the winter that this stuff will dry too fast if allowed to dry in any kind of conventional manner where you have a maximum amount of airflow flowing through it. When I stacked the lumber in here, the relative humidity in the basement was 10%, which is incredibly dry. Now here in my house, the humidity stays at around 10% from maybe mid-November all the way through to March, or maybe later if we have a long winter. So I have a good amount of time in there to really get the lumber down to a really dry level. So with a relative humidity of 10%, it's pretty easy to get your lumber down to 6% or lower. Now what ends up happening though is that springtime comes and summer starts hitting, and then the relative humidity starts popping back up again. So now we're at into the 40s for the relative humidity here in the house, which means that now these boards were sitting around 6% a few months ago. Now they've come up to probably around 8.5% or so to come more in line with the relative humidity that it is now. So that's one of the fundamentals of wood. It's going to absorb or release moisture depending on the environment until it reaches an equilibrium point where the moisture doesn't travel in or out of the wood anymore. But if that environment changes at all, like if the humidity level in the air rises, that's going to cause moisture to go into the wood, and the inverse is true as well. If the humidity level drops again, the moisture is going to come out of the wood into the air until it's at equilibrium and there's no more moisture exchange. So one of the tools you're going to need if you're going to be drying your own lumber is a good moisture meter. So years ago when I started drying my own lumber and selling lumber as well, I invested in a good moisture meter so that I could make sure that the lumber that I was using myself as well as selling to other people was right where the moisture needed to be. So I bought one of these pinless meters from Wagner, which allows you just to place it directly onto the wood and get a reading that way. This will give you a reading that is the average of the moisture content from the thickness of the board down to 3/4 of an inch into the board. So it gives you an average of the whole moisture content of the board. Because the whole moisture content is going to be a gradient, the stuff in the middle is going to probably be a different moisture content than the outside, unless it's been sitting in a consistent environment for a long time. So the moisture meter is going to allow me to track the drying rate of the lumber to make sure it's not drying too quickly, and it's also going to allow me to check and see when it's actually fully dried and ready to go. So I don't track the drying progress nearly as much as I used to because I've done this so many times. It's just become a repetitive process, and I already know the process to get the lumber to dry at the rate that I want it to. So for a 4/4 stock that's green, so coming right off the saw, coming in here as fresh sawn, I try to target a 10-week drying period for that, and I can run my fans in a manner that will get me right there pretty much every single time. So for the first 14 days, I'll run the fan continuously, and that's going to drive out all of the free moisture, and after about 14 days, the lumber is going to be down around 28 to 26%, somewhere in the upper 20s, and that's going to be essentially the end of the free moisture and getting up into the bound moisture. So at that point, the fans will go to more like a 2 to 3 times a week kind of thing for a few more weeks, and then from there I'll just go to once a week, and that's going to allow a time between all of that airflow for the board to kind of equalize a little bit. It's going to allow time for the moisture in the core to come out to the outside so it dries nice and evenly, and you don't end up with a huge gradient where you're going to introduce a lot of drying stress. So that's a bit about my drying process that I use to dry all my material here in my basement. And I know this isn't going to be possible or practical for everybody, especially for those of you who live in places with bugs the size of your face. But for me and where I'm at, this gives me exactly the results that I want and gives me some really nice workable material. Now, regardless of how you actually dry these things, understanding the whole drying process and how it applies to the place you're drying your lumber in is extremely important. So for most people, this is where a project starts, with a dried rough piece of lumber. But even if you haven't cut or dried your lumber before, hopefully this series has given you some appreciation and understanding as to the process of turning a log into something like this that you can actually work with. There is a significant amount of effort and sometimes skill involved in that process. Hey everyone, my name is Matt. Welcome to my shop and welcome to my series on building this serpentine chest of drawers, which is built just like any other chest of drawers, except for this crazy S-curve on the front, which definitely complicates things a little bit. So after some time on, I think, either Google or Pinterest, I found this serpentine chest, which I really like as the foundation to what I have in mind. There's a few details on here that kind of speak to me, I guess. One of the things is the fact that the corner does not have a flat kind of area on it, or I guess sort of a 45-degree angled flat area. That's what you'll see on a lot of serpentine cabinets. They'll have a corner detail. I don't really care for that. I really want to have this nice crisp look where it looks like a normal chest of drawers, but the whole side is kind of bent and curved. I really like that. I like the kind of pointiness of the corner, especially here on the top. So that's the kind of starting point for what I'm trying to do here. There's a few details that I will be changing. One of the things you'll see on here is the drawers themselves have a cock beading. I'm going to try and move the beading detail to the dividers and leave the drawer fronts just flush. The cock beading is going to be a great detail if you're doing a veneered front, because that cock beading gets applied to all the sides, so you can't see the seam between the base material and then your veneer layer. But the way I want to do it, the drawer fronts are going to be sawn out of solid stock, and I think having the bead detail onto the dividers will be kind of an interesting look. The biggest thing with that bead on there is it really just allows you to have a little bit of tolerance there in case there's any issues with the alignment of the curvature of all the drawers and all of the dividers. Because if the curves are off a little bit and things aren't perfectly flush, it doesn't really matter because you can't tell that because there is a bead detail there that sort of interferes with the flat facade of the front of the cabinet. So coming back to this view again, so from the front, if you didn't have the look of the curvature, it would look like a very standard chest of drawers, which I like. So it is like a standard chest of drawers, but just elevated a little bit in complexity because the front is not flat. So I really like that. So that's really it for the starting point. The nice thing here is this website, this sales page, has the overall dimensions, so we can kind of use those to figure out some sort of plan for the overall size of the case. So let's just talk about the depth first. That is going to be the deepest part of the case. It's either going to be the top or down here on the Ozu bracket feet. So it is 23.5. I think we're going to aim for an overall depth of 24. And then to figure out the actual depth of like the case side, that's just going to be the top minus the overhang. So if I have an 1.5 inch overhang, the depth of the actual case is going to be 22.5. So just looking at the main core case of the piece, this dimension here is going to be 22.5 inches deep. And again, with these dimensions, a lot of the overall ones can vary depending on the lumber. So these are kind of best case scenarios, and we can always adjust things as we go to the actual wood. Now for the overall width of the case, this one here is 41. I think just a standard 36-inch wide case is going to be the easiest. So I'm going to call the width of the case 36. And then by the time we have the overhangs, it'll be closer to 40. So should be around the same size. Now the last one is going to be the overall height, and that's going to give us an opportunity to figure out what our drawer graduations are going to be. So the overall height on this one is 34 inches. If you start taking a look here, if you take 6 inches for the feet, that's going to take us down to 28, and then you can start dividing out the material that's going to be used up for the dividers and the top from there. So the 6 inches minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dividers plus the top, those are all going to be 3/4. So 6 times 3/4, it's gonna be 4.5. We're gonna add that to the 6 we already took off. So we have 10.5 inches of like used up space that can't be drawers. So that leaves us with a total of 23.5 inches that we can divide up into 4 graduated drawers. So with just a little bit of kind of figuring, I guess, we have a 7.5 inch bottom drawer, a 6.5 inch second from the bottom, 5.25, and then 4.25. So that should be a nice step as we go up. And then one little detail I need here is going to be the overall height of the case side, which is fairly easy too. You take this 23.5 and you add in all of the dividers. So that's 5 3/4 inch dividers. And actually, before I forget, the bottom is going to have a false bottom or a false divider, which we'll see will make the molding detail there a little bit easier. So there's actually 2 dividers on the bottom. So we'll add another 3/4, so the case side is 28 inches tall. Now with those numbers figured out, that's like the core of the entire project. From here, it all kind of builds onto itself, so I can figure out from this the size of the panels I'm going to need for the 2 sides and the top and the bottom based on the joinery that I'm going to cut. And that's basically how I'm going to start the project. A lot of people ask me like how much I draw out a project before actually jumping into the wood. This is really about it. I'll either do this on paper like I did here, or I'll do something similar to this in SketchUp just to give me my starting point, and then I can go from there. So unless I have to have a project virtually figured out to show as a demonstration before starting, this is as far as I will take it. So real quick, I'll get the size of these panels. The top is going to be a little bit different than the bottom. The bottom will be the full width of the case because it will be a through dovetail joint. The top is going to be held back 1/4 inch from that width because it's going to be a half blind. That's going to give me 1/8 inch of a step for the half blind. So now that we have an idea for the size of the box that we're going to make, we have to come up with the actual shape for the box, which is that the S curve that goes in the front there, the serpentine curve. And I have this one here, which I came up with, and I'll show you how I arrived at this in a little bit. I thought first we just run through some of the very common curve drawing tools we have in the shop to help lay out these things and make your work all not straight, curvy. So first up is going to be the most common thing that I reach for when I want to design a curve, and that is going to be a drawing bow. So a drawing bow is simply just a flexible strip that has some way to flex it and keep it in whatever position you put it in. This one is from Lee Valley. It has a little adjustable strap on the back here, so you can tighten and loosen it to give you whatever your curve is that you're kind of looking for. This yellow one is a symmetrical curve, so it's symmetrical across its entire length. This one right here is asymmetrical, so you can see that it actually kind of tapers at this end down here. And the way the asymmetrical bow works is that one end of the strip is thicker than the other, so that gives you an asymmetrical arc when you actually draw it into a bow. A drawing bow is also a fairly simple shop project, so here's one that I made, just a strip of wood with a string in here. I have it on a slip knot so I can adjust the amount of the flex in the bow. And again, you can do the same thing here. You can do a symmetrical bow, or you can do an asymmetrical one by having a strip that's tapered in thickness. So those are drawing bows. Next up is going to be a French curve. These are going to come in a variety of different shapes. This is just one of them, but the idea here is you find a section of the curve that you like and you incorporate that little bit of the curve into your work. These are commonly available as drafting supplies, so from like art suppliers, you would find these as well as like drafting squares and things like that. A size like this is pretty good for smaller projects, but for a piece of furniture, it tends to be a bit on the small side. So for furniture, a much bigger French curve can be far more useful because you have a bigger thing to work with. So on a piece of furniture, this would probably be a lot more useful to lay out a curve than this is. You could use this and scale it up to something that will work, but having a full size, a giant French curve can also be very, very helpful. This one here is from Lee Valley. They have a XL size French curve kit. So here's some of the other larger sizes as well. And again, with this, you would figure out, okay, I like this area of the curve here. I'm going to use this little area here in my work. And lastly is going to be a compass if you want to work in terms of true radii, so perfect semicircles. This is going to be the tool for that. The French curves and the drawing bows are going to give you arcs, but they're not going to be consistent or even. This is going to give you an actual semicircle segment. If you want to go bigger than this, you could use a trammel, Once you get into those really, really big arcs, it starts getting a little bit, not super feasible. But if you're working in semicircles, one of these guys is going to be very helpful for that. So now that we have our layout tools, we can use them to create some kind of serpentine curve that we actually like. So let me walk you through the process of coming up with this thing. This whole process just starts off as a grid that will provide some guidelines for the curves. I'll draw 2 lines which will establish the thickness of the blanks that I'll use for the drawer fronts, which are going to be 2 inches thick. I'll lay out the extent of the case, so that's going to be 36 inches, and then mark the center line. I'll next mark the finished thickness of the drawer front in the middle and the ends. This will reference from the front of the blanks, and then I'll mark the finished thickness down in the areas which will be the valleys. These marks will ensure that the curve I come up with can actually produce a drawer front out of my 2-inch stock. With a finished thickness of 3/4 inches and a blank thickness of 2 inches, my serpentine curve can travel 1 1/4 inches through the stock's thickness. Now I can start playing around with some curves. On this side, I'm using a symmetrical curve in the middle and an asymmetrical curve at the ends. The inflection point just needs a little bit of finessing. On the other side, I use a symmetrical curve for both. I'll split them into 2 half templates and then start cutting them out to see which one will speak to me. With those 2 half templates cut out, I can convert them to full templates, and it's at this point that I decided I liked the fully symmetrical one better and didn't bother to cut out the full one of the symmetrical and asymmetrical version. The last step to make this my master template going forward is going to be to fair the curves and do the last little bit of finesse work. I'm using a marker to make tracking my progress easier. The marker will hang around in the low spots, making them very obvious. I'm also trying to keep the 2 sides of the template as close to the same as possible. I'll establish left and right and use those throughout the project to mitigate the error, but it would be nice if the serpentine curve at least looks visually symmetrical left to right. So now that we have a pretty much mostly fleshed out design, we can move forward and take a look at the lumber next. I have a pair of book mesh boards, which is going to give me the material for the sides and the top. That's really the only large, primary visible panels you're going to have in this project. Top and bottom can be secondary material, so we don't really have to worry about that too much. And not a whole lot of crazy things going on here. I'm trying to avoid sapwood a little bit here because I'm trying to go for more of a traditional type of feel, so I should have enough width here to remove this bit of sap here in the middle, join these 2 together, and have a nice panel for the sides. The top may not work out that way, but I'm not super worried about that. The top isn't actually needed for a while anyway. One little issue I am having, though, is that for the sides to be 28, I am going to be into these knots here, which on this piece I don't really want. So what will end up probably happening is I'll cut this a little bit wide or a little bit long for now, and we'll kind of see where things end up at. I do have a little bit of flexibility because the bottom of the case is going to be covered by that molding down there, so I have about 3/4 inch of coverage onto whatever face. So if I start at the top of the panel right beneath this knot, I can come down to this area of the knot here, and that should be hidden later on, but we will see. Otherwise, the case just shrinks down a little bit, which isn't a big deal either. So those are the sides, the top, and then for some of the divider stock I've already laid out here. That's a little bit more, I guess, interesting and thoughtful. So you can see this board I'm going to use for the divider stock. I'll rip it into these strips here, and this is from towards the outside of the log. You can see it's pretty narrow and sappy through here, which is perfect for this kind of stock because I want to use as flat sawn stock as possible for this, because I want the front edge, that front edge you're going to see against the drawers, to be a nice straight grain. So if this is perfectly flat sawn, that edge will be quarter sawn and therefore straight, or somewhere close to that. It could still be rift sawn or something, but I won't have cathedrals in the front of the case, so I'll be able to have the focus on the drawer fronts themselves. So I have these set up for the cut here to run right through the pith area where the tree's actually growing. It's not parallel to the edge of the board. You can see that one down there is at a pretty big angle. So that's going to give me a nice chunk of nice heartwood area, and there'll be some sapwood towards the back, but that'll be the inside of the case. Doesn't really matter. And out here in the middle, that should be the flattest sawn area, because you can see the cathedrals. Perfect cathedrals like this, if you cut through this, the edge should be very, very straight. So we'll take a look at that once these get milled up. So as I mentioned, the drawer fronts are going to come from the slab material. This is an offcut from the dressing vanity, but I have the rest of the slabs from that log. This will give us a lot of interesting things to kind of play with, and give us a thickness to cut that serpentine pattern into the drawer front. I'm not going to do the drawer layout right now. I'm going to set this aside for now, and we can worry about that later when we get more towards that. For this video and for this kind of first process, I just want to be making the case. So that's going to be the case sides, the case bottom and top, and then all the dividers. So that's the only thing I'm really looking for right now. So I'm going to grab the secondary material. We'll get some of that laid out, and it's time to start chopping stuff up. Finally. Cutting wood. So this layout is going to be pretty simple, because there's not a whole lot of artistry to this, and these boards are plenty wide already. This one's got some kind of rot going on down here, so I will work to eliminate that. So this first one will be this here, and then come down to what about here. Cut that, glue them together, and that's one panel. And it's going to be kind of the same deal over here. Easy to get cut and then joined back together. Now there's one small little difference, I guess, with this between the top and the bottom. The top is going to be edged with some walnut, because that is going to be exposed. That's going to have a serpentine in it. So I have this offcut from the dressing vanity, and I'll probably just end up doing, a very similar thing to the dividers. Just coming in here and cutting somewhere in here, and then gluing this piece onto the front edge of the top. And I'll give you my walnut strip there. This guy, while I was out there, I figured I'd pull it out and start cutting it up now. This is going to be the drawer runners that support the drawers. Goes from the front to the back, so nothing super crazy here. These are about 2 feet long, and this one's got this kind of crack in it right here. So I'm just gonna cut this up now and get it out of the way, and we'll make a bunch of drawer runner support things for the case. So that leaves me with just the rear dividers for the case. So I'm gonna grab a board for that, and that's not gonna be anything super crazy. It's just gonna be like the dividers for the front. This one, except the fact that we don't really care what the grain's doing, because it's only structural and it'll never be seen. So I'm not gonna go through that. I'm just gonna start cutting these things up and milling everything down. The only two boards I'm not gonna mill up right away is going to be the two boards for the top. Everything else is gonna get milled to rough dimension for now. I'll let it rest for a few days, and then we'll come back and make panels out of everything. And from there, it'll finally be time to do some maybe woodworking. I mean, I guess milling boards up, jointing and planing stuff is woodworking, but I kind of associate woodworking with, not just milling stuff. Maybe like cutting joinery and stuff like that. So everything is rough milled. As you can see, I still have some mill marks here and there. So these are going to sit and rest for a few days. That's going to allow them to detension and de-stress and warp if they're going to warp a little more before we bring them back into flat and bring them down to final thickness. While these are sitting around, I like to just have them either leaning up against the bench like this or on edge. That's going to allow airflow on all sides of the board so they can acclimate and readjust to their new environment. This is when I'll also do my epoxy fills, so I'll get rid of that step now. That way when we do the final milling, the milling process cleans up the epoxy and it's all good to go from there. We'll do that in a second, but since we have the drawer dividers all cleaned up now, I thought I'd give you a little better view of how that green orientation is going to work on these guys. So this is the cut line which I drew, which is right down the center of the board, right where the growth rings come to their apex. So right here at the cut, the growth rings are pretty much flat and parallel to the face, but more importantly, they are perpendicular to the edge. So this edge here is actually quarter sawn. Now for this project, I don't really need quarter sawn grain, I just need a straight grain. So if the growth rings are at a slight angle or something, that'd be fine too. But just kind of a fun way to play with the grain. If you understand how the grains can present itself to the face, depending on the orientation of the growth rings, you can really play around with things and get things to work out exactly as you want. So now let's take care of a few little defect fillings. On a lot of these, my defects don't go all the way through, so I don't have to do a whole lot of masking. Some of them I do, however. And I like to use a brown tint to this, which is going to keep the defect kind of showing a little bit of a shadow line kind of thing. It's not quite black, but it also doesn't really accentuate the fact that there's a defect there. It just kind of looks like there is a more of a shadow line more than anything else. One other thing is I'm using a slow set resin that's going to give this epoxy plenty of time to flow down into all the nooks and crannies within that crack before starting to cure. It is the next day. The epoxy is all cured and ready to go. So next we can start making up the actual panels for this project. I'm going to set aside all of the divider stock except for one because we don't need that right now. One piece of the divider stock will be laminated to the front edge of the top, and that's really about it for divider stock for now. So we're going to make 4 panels, 2 sides, top and bottom, because we're just making a box. That's really about it. So I'm going to go through the milling process again, bring all these back into flat. Don't look like they move much at all, but just in case, bring them back into flat, plane them down to final thickness, and then we can start laying them out and prepping them for all of the edge jointing to get these ready for glue up. So after a little bit of work to finalize these things, we're ready to glue them up into actual panels. And this is where my, I guess, obsession with having things nice and flat really comes in. Because if you have flat work pieces, all your joinery is going to be a lot easier and you'll have less problems and less hassles. And there's no more fundamental furniture joint than this one right here, the edge joint panel glue up. This one is one of the ones that causes people the most amount of grief, but if you have boards that are flat, you can get the edges nice and straight. This process becomes almost effortless, and you don't have to worry about the wood fighting you anymore. You can just work with the wood and enjoy it. So having these boards flat, and these will sit nice and flat in the clamps, and I won't have to put any cawls on anything, and everything just kind of ends up nice and perfect. Now, one little trick with this too is when you're doing your actual edge jointing, you can run opposite faces against the fence. That's going to cut a complementary angle onto the edge of the board. So if your fence is not perfectly square, you can account for that really easily this way. And it's just one of those workflow things that if you just do make a habit of, it'll eliminate errors and potential problems in your workflow and make things a lot more easy. So here's an example of a complementary angle. We've all seen a picture frame kind of 45-degree angles like this. So if your fence was really out of square and you ran both boards with the same face against the fence, you'd end up with something like this. And when you try and clamp the boards together, you're going to try and close that gap, and your panel is going to have this angle thing going on in it. But if you reverse that and you clamp them up this way now they are complementary, the error is canceled out, and everything works nice and perfectly. So the other thing with this is the edge joint off the jointer is nice and straight, so I don't need a whole heck of a lot of pressure to actually close this up. The more pressure you have to apply, the more that pressure is going to tweak your panel out of square, out of flat, and you're going to have even more problems. So all I have to do is just hold the boards down to the clamp bodies and just apply a light bit of pressure just to fully close the gap and get a little bit of squeeze out, so we know that the edges are actually coming together nicely. The other thing I'm looking at on this panel is my alignment. Since I'm book matched, I just want to make sure that the grain kind of matches up nicely where it meets, and then leave it alone. All right, I have a few more panels to do. It should be pretty quick, and then that'll be it for panels, I guess. And that takes care of the panels. And one last little tip for you is if you're going to have your panels sitting around for a bit before you can start cutting your joinery on them, stack them on a flat surface and keep something on top of them. This is going to prevent air from getting at the surface of the panels and keep them from warping. So if you can't get to your joinery right away, this is a great way to keep your panels nice and flat between all the stages. Once the joinery is cut, it's not a huge deal because the joinery will actually pull the panels back into flat if they do move. So I'll stack the panels on the workbench and throw some sheet goods on top of them, and that'll keep the panels from warping overnight before it's time to cut the joinery. A nice snowy day outside today. Good day to be in the shop tending on with the chest of drawers. So here are the panels from last time, and the first thing I'm going to do today is get these things labeled and get them cut down to their final size so they're ready to start on the dovetail joinery. So continuing on with the theme of eliminating places where we can screw up is really well labeling these components. So at this point, these are just side panels. They have an outside face. They don't have a top, bottom, or front. So I want to take a few moments just to decide which is going to be the left side, which is going to be the right side, what's going to be up, and what's going to be down. So this is what we're going to be looking at for the layout, the right side with the front, and this will be the left side. The biggest determining factor for this is going to be this knot back here. I don't want any of this showing on the front edge of the case. So with that one to the back, this becomes the layout, and this is going to work out pretty well too. I have a bit over an inch to trim off the width, so that'll allow me to remove this section of sapwood here, so I have a nice heartwood face for the front of the cabinet. Now, how you mark up your panels to lay these things out is going to be totally up to you. Most important thing is that you know your markup convention. That's really about it. So this is going to be the right side, so I'm going to give it an R. I like to indicate what the front edge is and which way is up. So that's all I need for now to go through the cutting process to get these cut down to their final size. Same thing over here, left, top, and then front. So now it's very clear to me which way is the top side of the panel and what is the front edge of that panel. Makes it a lot easier when I'm over on the table side, getting these things cut down to their final size because there's no guesswork of which way things need to go. This one's going to be the top. The only thing I need to determine here is what's going to be up, what's going to be down. Doesn't matter because this is not a visible panel. But for me, I'm going to go with, let's go with this. So T for top. And now that's the front edge because it's, well, it's got walnut on it. For the top and bottom, I always label the side you're going to see. So for the top, it's going to be the very top. For the bottom, it's actually going to be the inside face. Again, it doesn't matter what you do as long as you're consistent and you know what you're doing, I guess. So I think I'm going to do this edge here at the front. So I'll give this one a B, and then I'll put a little arrow there towards the front edge. So with that bit of layout taken care of, it should be a pretty simple manner to get these cut down to their final size. I'll take them over to the table saw and start by taking these to final width. So for the sides, those are the most important ones. I'll just spend some time to make sure I get that front edge looking really nice without any sapwood on that one side. The other one shouldn't be too much of an issue. I'm not super worried about keeping the panel symmetrical, or in other words, having the two boards be the same width and having that glue seam right in the middle. That's not as important to me as removing any defects and making the things that are actually visible and important, actually look good. So in the case of this chest of drawers, the front edge of the sides is more important to me than the actual faces or the sides of the case. Now, one small change that I'm going to make to my overall initial plan is that the top and bottom are going to be cut back in width by the thickness of the backboards, which I'll add on here. So they're going to be 5/8 of an inch narrower than the sides, or than they originally were supposed to be. That's going to allow me to have my backboards recessed and attached to the top and bottom, and we'll add a rabbet to the sides later on to receive those backboards. And then lastly, I'll go through and cut everything down to final length. Again, for the top and bottom, they are two slightly different lengths, again for the two different joinery methods. One's going to be, what do we say, 1/4 inch shorter than the other one. The top is going to be 1/4 inch shorter than the bottom for the different style of dovetails. The case sides are pretty easy. That's going to be 28 inches long, and looks like I'm going to just barely sneak that out of the shorter panel and have those knots and defects hidden later on in the project. So with all these panels cut to size, now I can start working on the dovetails. I'm going to start on the through dovetails on the bottom of the case, since that's going to be, well, I would say easier, but I mean, it's all kind of the same. The top and bottom of a chest like this are going to be tail boards. I'm going to cut these tails first. You'll see with the structure of a chest like this, the whole structure is tying the two sides together. So all the horizontal pieces of the case are going to be tail boards holding the sides together so they cannot pull apart. You had a mechanical advantage of the dovetail, keeping the sides from coming apart. So top and bottom are tails, and so are, of course, the dovetail dividers, which go into the front. Now, one thing I like about cutting dovetails is it's kind of fun, and there's so many different ways of doing things. I have several different techniques or styles I'll do things in depending on my mood. Today, I'm going to do bandsaw and table saw assisted hand cut-ish dovetails, I guess, but depending on your mood or what you're trying to do or whatever, you can cut these things however you want. Doesn't really matter as long as they fit together nicely. The other great thing about this stage of things is that these are structural dovetails. They will never be seen. So this is a good time to practice or warm up or whatever if you're not feeling super confident about your dovetailing skills. So these are just arbitrary laid out. Doesn't matter how they look, doesn't matter what the spacing is, doesn't matter at all, except apparently I haven't done this for so long, I'm forgetting half a tails here and there. So I will probably, when I bring this with the saw, I'll probably open these up a little bit. I don't really need tiny little pins on this because you're not going to see it, so I'm not particularly worried about that. A wider pin is going to be easier to cut, and at this point, since this is all just structural, what this actually ends up looking like doesn't really matter. So over at the bandsaw, I'm going to use my little taper jig guide thing and make all these cuts. The nice thing about that too is that I can repeat the exact same spacing and layout on the other side just to help speed things along a little bit. So with our tailboard all cleaned up, next we can start working on transferring the tail locations over onto the pin board here. So I'm gonna get this all jigged up and ready to go for that. So you can see how this is going to come together. I have a little bit of material up here in the front for cutting the serpentine pattern in there. That'll give me a little bit of extra leeway with that. And then I have the back panel, or the bottom panel set back 5/8 of an inch, which is going to allow the back panels to slide right in here and attach to the bottom. I have everything kind of lined up here along the edge, so now I can grab my marking knife and trace around all the tails. Now I will say this a little bit right here. If I was smart and actually paid attention to the layout, I would not have had a pin fall right in this knot, because this is not going to be fun. And it'll probably cause me a little bit of grief. Could have saved quite a bit of hassle by either eliminating this pin altogether or putting a pin over here or something like that, or making a really wide tail. Something along those lines, some kind of layout where I don't have like a pin coming up through this knot. It's going to be a pain in the butt. But hey, should make things interesting. For me at least. Maybe. So now we have all the waste to remove between the pins, and you could come in here with a coping saw, comb out the bulk of the waste, and then come back and chop along the scribe line. I'm feeling incredibly lazy today, so I'm going to use some power tools. I'm going to go over to the bandsaw, just to like hog out the majority of the waste from between the pins, and then we'll go over to the table saw, set the blade height to the scribe line, and then just, we'll sweep the board back and forth across the top of the blade, and now remove all the waste from between the pins and leave us with a relatively flat area for the base of all these pins. And we'll have a little bit of cleanup work to remove a little bit of material against the pins from the little angled bit, and probably just a little bit of cleanup work to get the bottom area there nice and flat. So after a little bit of power tool action, we'll have a little bit of light hand tool finesse work to do, and then yeah, we'll go from there. Okay, this feels a little tight, but let's just take a quick look. All right, over here feels good. Middle feels kind of tight. Yeah, outside's good. So let's take a look at the middle. It looks like I'm catching on the side of this this goofy one over here. This one is really hard to get cleaned up because it's all, the grain direction is all goofy. I think just for the sake of moving on here, since this is kind of overkill anyway, I'm just going to get all this material out of the way. They went together. That's all that really matters for a structural joint like this, which is, you know, not going to be seen ever, but it's also a good warm up. You know, that's passable. I would not want that for like the side of a blanket chest or something, but you know, that's pretty good for a quick and dirty-ish through dovetail for the side of a case. Yeah, I guess it's the side of the bottom side of the case. There's a little bit better view of that. Nothing to write home about. There's a few gaps here and there, but it's not my worst work either. Okay, so we got one side, and oh, what's this? Oh, two sides. Exactly the same process to do this side. Just another through dovetail joint. So I'm gonna get this in here, and then we can work on getting the top dovetailed into the case assembly. So now we have the top, which is gonna go, you know, on top. Haha. So the process for this one is going to start out very, very similar to the bottom. First thing is going to be to cut the tails into the top. So to start the layout, I guess the biggest difference here is that since these are going to be half blinds, we know this panel is a 1/4 inch shorter than the bottom. We want to have the tail length be 1/8 of an inch shorter. So I have a marking gauge here set to 5/8. The other one is set to the full thickness 3/4. So this will give me a proper length once this goes inside of the case sides. So scribe my 5/8 line all the way around here, and then we'll go through the pretty much the same exact process to create this tailboard. I'm gonna randomly, I'll randomly lay out some tail pattern, and then from there we can get them cut out. Probably do the same exact thing. Head over to the bandsaw, cut out all the tails, and then clean them up. Because through dovetails and half blinds, at least up to that point, creating the tailboard, exactly the same. The difference comes in with half blinds when you get into the pins. All right, this is all cleaned up. Let's get these tails transferred to the sides. We got this nice, I don't know, holding alignment jig thing. I got a little ahead of myself. I need a scribe line. And before I forget, I got the same setting from before. This is the thickness of the case parts, or 3/4 of an inch. So half blinds, we got 2 different scribes. Okay, now we can get these aligned and transferred. So once again, we're sitting 5/8 of an inch from the back, and I have my tails just sitting just a little bit over the scribe line. That's going to give me a little bit of a tighter fit, or at least it should. It'll give me a little more leeway later on. So I got that all in the right position. I can go around and just trace around all these tails, just like the through dovetails. I'll go around and do the other side, so that's out of the way. So normally with the half blind dovetails, you'll see me remove the bulk of the waste at the drill press with a Forstner bit. 2 little issues right now. Oh, there goes that square. We'll check it later. 2 issues with that right now. First off is this is kind of a big panel. It's kind of awkward to do that on the drill press. Second bigger issue is in the move, I can't find my chuck key for the drill press, so I can't actually put anything in it right now. So we're going to use the router, which is also effective at removing some of this waste. When doing this, I like to have it oriented so we're cutting with the end grain up. So you think about how the fibers are in here right now like this, and the router comes in here. It's got to scoop those fibers out, and it's only cutting the fibers down here at the base. If you're coming in like this way, say the router is coming like this, straight down through here, then you're actually cutting all the fibers. So this is a much more easy cut on the router. It's very easy to control, and all of that. You'll see it actually pulling these big old fibers out of here. So that's kind of nice. So all I'm doing is just laying out my start and stop points, and then I can use the router on the end grain and just kind of scoop out the majority of the waste. I have the bit depth set to be just a little bit above the actual baseline. That's going to give me a little bit of leeway in case, you know, the router tips or something like that. And I have a little bit of just really quick chopping work to finish up the rest of that cut. Along the back, I'm just going to eyeball freehand that as close to that back line as possible. I'm not super worried about that either. That's going to be a pretty quick thing to clean up and just come in with a chisel and remove the little bit of waste in the back there. So that's going to remove the vast majority of all the waste in here really quickly, and then all I have to do is a little bit of chisel work. So now we have a little bit of cleanup left to do inside of here. I got relatively close to that back wall with the router, so I think I'm going to start in back here. I'm not super worried about this being too delicate right now because it is a fairly straight grained area. I am going against the grain as I'm coming down with the chisel, so I'm just going to keep that in mind as I'm working. But if I was really worried about it, like if there was a put a figure here or a knot or something, you can clamp another board in front of here, and that'll help support the fibers as we are cleaning them up. But this back area should go pretty quickly. This one's a little bit troublesome because it's not perfectly vertical grain. The grain's running kind of like down that way. So I actually just finished this one over here, so I kind of know what the grain is trying to want to do over here. So normally I would just come in along the back here with the wide chisel and just give it a little chop down there. But I know that's not going to be super effective on this one because I need to be chiseling kind of at a weird angle sideways. So I'm just going to work back a little more here, and then I'll start walking back along the line. What's happening is it's trying to pull my chisel into the keep area, and if I go too far, I'll blow out the front, which I don't really want. This side is worse than this side. I think the grain behaves or starts behaving a little nicer as we get to the end of the board over there, closer to you. Okay. So now I am right on the scribe line right here. So now all I'm going to do is just walk my way towards the end of the board. So now we can move on to the pin walls. So I'm just going to sever the fibers down here along the bottom, make my chisel really glide through here as I come across the grain. So I'm just being pairing right back to the scribe line a little bit. And when I get kind of close, I can go for the actual final cut. So I have my scribe line right here, my vertical one, and then I have the one across the end grain that I'm going to follow. So I'll take my chisel and put it directly into the vertical scribe line. That's going to tell me my squareness angle. So I need to lock the chisel in this orientation, and then I can push forward and steer along this top scribe line. I come right in here and just work back towards that back corner. Might not get it all in one pass like that, which is fine. You can come back and you can press the chisel into the area that's the flattest in the back here, and now again set your angle like this, and you can just kind of feed forward. Now there's just a little bit of junk there in the corners, so I'm just going to start working that back. Get some of the junk out of the bottom there. And then I'm going to come across the back a little bit. They can come across the side. Just pop that bit of junk out of there. And same exact thing on the other side of the socket. And I'll finish up the cleanup of this socket, and I guess all of them on this board. Now before we test fit, there's a few checks that we can make. We want to make sure this back wall is either perfectly square or there is a little bit of a gap along the bottom. That's going to make sure that the dovetail seats fully along the top. So I have a combination square here, just long enough to hit the back of the socket there. And I can just run it through here and make sure that the top of the square is contacting all the way down. If there's some junk in here, it's going to push the square away from that top, and you'll see a gap there. And that's the same thing you'll see if you have the dovetail in there. You'll end up with a gap along the top. The other thing you can do with the square as you're going through this check is along the bottom. Same exact thing. You want the square to touch out here and be a little bit gappy towards the bottom. Ideally, it's undercut so nothing gets in the way of that tail coming all the way in. So I want to see a small gap along the back as I'm coming back along here and checking all of my sockets. The other thing you want to check is going to be the squareness of all the pins. Those are the glue surfaces. Those are the only ones that actually matter, so you want to just make sure they're nice and square, which they should be if you follow the scribe line that was scribed, square to the end anyway. But it's a nice little check before you go smacking things together, and you won't have any, well, you have fewer surprises in theory. This looks good, so let's try test fit. Well, not too bad, a few gaps here and there. Doesn't really matter again because it's all going to be hidden, but it's a nice warm up for the ones that actually matter. See, I got a nice little gap right there. But other than that, there's a few small ones here and there. No big deals. All right, let me do the other one and we'll get that one thrown on here. So now we have our box all dovetailed together. Next week is working on getting the dividers installed, which will further tie the case together and support all of the drawers, which will be in here. The way I like to do this is with a scrap piece of wood or a scrap piece of sheet goods. That's going to be my little reference guide, as well as a router with a dovetail bit and a guide bushing on it. The piece of sheet goods is going to make it that these things can only be cut in one place, and you don't have to worry about any kind of layout errors or anything like that. Because the biggest thing with these dividers is that you want them all to be coplanar in the same plane. If you have one divider that's like a little bit off in one way or another, it's going to cause the actual web frame, which supports the drawer, to have a twist in it, and that's going to cause the drawer to rock inside the opening. So I don't even bother with any kind of layout. I just have my little piece of sheet goods, which I just trim down to the appropriate size to get my divider where it needs to be. The biggest thing, again, is that these don't need to be exactly in a correct position. They all need to be just in that same position. So if my drawer opening ends up being a 1/16 of an inch bigger or less than what I was expecting, that's not a big deal. If one divider ends up being a 1/16, high or low, that's going to be a bigger deal for the web frame. So the process for this is very simple. I have my piece of sheet goods set up so that it is going to put the top divider in the right spot. I'm doing this all based off of the center line of the divider, and then my guide bushing in my router is a 1-inch diameter, so my piece of sheet goods is a 1/2 inch narrower than where I want my divider to end up. So all I have to do is just clamp my piece of sheet goods to the case. I'll probably put a clamp on the case just to make sure the bottom, which is essentially the reference for this, is fully seated in those dovetails and doesn't go anywhere. I'll cut the front sliding dovetail socket thing. I'll move on to cut the back one. I'll flip the case 180 degrees, move my sheet good to the other side, repeat that process for the two on that side, and then I can trim my piece of sheet goods down to size for the next one, and so forth and so on until all of these dividers are fully cut. Every position has 4 sockets, and then there's 3 actual dovetailed dividers, so 12 of these total sockets. It should go fairly quickly. As far as the depth goes, I have my dovetail bit set to cut to a depth about 9/16 or so, right around there. Again, the actual depth isn't a huge deal as long as everything is absolutely consistent. So I have that depth set, I have the router locked in so it does not move throughout all these cuts. And the depth of the dovetail is more of an aesthetic thing. I again like a very small or fine wall on the outside of the dovetails. The same thing with my half blinds. I typically go for about 1/8 of an inch or so. So that's about what this is set for. Maybe a little bit less than that this time. And then the last thing, when I'm done cutting all 12 sockets before I move on or touch the router or do anything, is I'm going to do a quick little sample setup and make myself a setup block. That's going to make the next step, cutting all of the actual tails, a lot easier. It's going to give me a quick way to set the router bit height on the router table and give me a handheld sample piece to test fit against versus having to try and test fit against the case. All right, so that takes care of our 12 sliding dovetail socket things. And one thing to note, as you probably noticed, is that on one side of the socket as the bit's coming in, you're gonna get some tear out as the bit's coming through and pulling the fibers out. You can do 2 things here. If this is going to be your finished surface, you can back that up with another piece of material so that you can just remove that piece of material later. Or in my case with this piece, this is not a finished surface. The front of this whole case is going to be further processed for that front facade. So any of this tear out or chip out here is not going to be a problem because it's still waste. In the back, we haven't cut the rabbet yet either, so that's all going to be removed too. So there's no reason for me to worry about tear out at this point. So next we can get working on the dividers and getting that stock milled up for it. So I have my divider stock here. It's still rough milled, still oversized, and I'll make one quick note on that. The dovetail bit is 3/4 of an inch wide at the very tip here. So if we make the divider stock 3/4, you essentially have to create the angle of the dovetail right at the very edge of the stock. So to make that a little bit easier and make it less prone to have like a flat area on there by accident, I'm going to go ahead and make the divider stock a little bit thicker. So in my case, let's say 13/16 or something like that. Just a little bit proud of the width of the bit. Just make it a little bit easier when we cut those sliding dovetails. So real quick, I'm just going to run through and get everything milled down to final thickness, rip to final width, and then we can take a look at getting them all cut down to final length. So next it's time to cut the actual dovetails onto the ends of all the dividers. So I have the router table set up to do that. I used my little test setup thing here to get my bit height into roughly the right space, or the right height. And then I have created a little bit of a zero clearance type of situation here with a tall fence and a base piece on the bottom. That's going to give me a nice smooth surface, so there's nowhere for anything to hang up as the pieces are coming across the bit. So the nice thing about having this little sample piece here is that this is obviously a lot easier to deal with than the whole case, so we can run some tests and see how things go. So the best thing for testing is going to be the offcuts from the divider stock because it's all the same thickness. So my first two tests were just to get the bit height set correctly. So if I put this in here, I had a little bit of a gap down there on the shoulder, so I needed to lower the bit a little bit. I did that twice, and then I started sneaking up on the actual fit for the thickness of the tail. Now the most challenging part about this is that this is a very high tolerance type of situation. There really isn't a whole lot of room for error. You can go too far too quickly and this will not fit correctly. So the way I end up doing this is I end up kind of erring on the side of a little too tight. That way I don't have to worry about it being too loose. If it's too loose, you can see what happens. If it's too loose, this is exaggeration obviously, then you have a gap here and here, and you really need this to be like super, super snug. So the fit that I went for was something like this. Like this is pretty darn tight, but if it needs to be adjusted, it's a lot easier to really quickly adjust this fit than it is to, try and add more material back on. So this is definitely snug right now, but that's not a huge deal to me. Now before actually going through and cutting the real dividers, I'm also going to just test it on the case and see how it does over here. Again, this is a little bit snug, but it is like really nice. So a really easy thing to do at this point would be to cut them all like this so they're a little bit tight, and then really just give a little sanding with some sandpaper, and be surprised, just a quick sanding and they slide in perfectly without any kind of issue. So let's go ahead and cut all these dividers, I guess. Now a big thing with the actual feed for this is going to be consistency, I guess, more than anything. So you need to have nice consistent pressure into the fence and nice consistent pressure down to the table. If you do any kind of walking on it, if the workpiece tips at all or kind of moves around too much, it will have an issue with the overall fit. One thing I like to do is run the piece over twice, just in case my pressure was a little bit different or what have you. It's incredible how much of a difference a little bit of change in pressure can make. And Some cases, like again, this is not going to be a huge deal on this piece, but you're going to want to have some kind of support piece on the back side of the divider that can help to stabilize the tall workpiece, which is kind of awkward, but it also will prevent the bit from blowing out that workpiece. Again, not a big deal for this project because the front edge of all these dividers are going to get profiled, so it makes no difference if there's any kind of tear out or blowout back there. So this side is fitting really nicely. On this side, still just a little bit on the tight side. I can't quite slide that in, so I can either adjust the tail itself with a little sandpaper, or I can go back to the router table and just put a little more pressure as I'm feeding this thing through, and that should make it fit a little bit looser, or it should loosen the fit just a little bit. Or you can do both. So I'm going to try that. I'm going to run over to the router table real quick, give it a quick pass, and then we'll see how it fits afterwards. Now with the joinery finish on all the dividers front and back, I think I'll be working towards doing the serpentine profile next. So the only little last thing I have to do is to cut and fit the false bottom divider. That's going to be pretty easy. That's just a simple cross cut on one end, come back to the case, make a mark, then cut it down to final length, and that one just slip in between the case sides, and that'll take care of everything we're going to need before heading into the serpentine pattern facade thing on the front of that case. So it is finally time to get back to this thing, which we made in part 1. This is going to give us the entire shape of the front case. So this should be a nice little curvy episode. So before we start getting into it, I'm just going to take a look at the top here, and we're going to run through a little bit of the details here as far as what we're going to do with the curvature, as well as the bead detail, which is going to outline each of the drawer openings. So bring our template in here, we can see how the curve is going to relate to the dividers and then the case sides. So bring this thing in here, you can see the case sides are included in the curvature of this curve detail here. So we have this little bit of material here on each end. So what's going to end up happening is the case side is going to be ripped with a bevel on it to roughly approximate the curve as it occurs right here. It doesn't need to be super perfect because we're going to end up probably blending things together as we do the final assembly. So the other big kind of important detail here is that the curve is actually going to be a little proud on the dividers and all the horizontal pieces versus the sides, because we need some material there for the bead. This is going to be an 1/8 inch bead, which is going to run around the drawer openings. So you can see I have a little bit of extra material up here. I originally left that just so I could come in here with the saw and make sure I get right on the curve with the saw versus coming in and trying to cut right to there. You always end up with some kind of weird flat spot, so giving yourself a little bit of extra material to actually come through and cut this curve makes this curve process a little bit easier. But all that is just to say that the dividers are going to be a little bit proud, so they'll be kind of forward of the case sides a little bit. The one thing I'm going to do before I forget is this profile here, this curve, is probably not perfectly symmetrical because I, as a human, made it. So it could be a little bit different if I flip it this way. So to keep the whole case consistent, I'm going to keep this as my reference face, the top. So that's going to be up. So when I go and do my template routing, I want to make sure I have the same exact orientation all the way down the case. So now in theory, I should be all set to go ahead and start cutting and template routing all the dividers, all these horizontal pieces, and then ripping the case with the bevels on there. One thing I'll note at this point is the fact that the depth of this case, the final depth, doesn't really matter. So if something crazy happens and things don't work out perfectly, if you end up having to take off a little more material to get yourself some new material and the case ends up a 1/2 inch narrower or less deep, it doesn't matter. So I have extra material here. The whole case is a little bit deeper at this point than I need to be in case I don't like this or in case this bead detail fails or whatever. Because one of the other things with the bead detail is the bead is going to be on the top and the bottom of the dividers, and then I have to clear out all the material between them to expose just like the beads. So should be fun. So I'm going to start with the dividers because they're the easiest and I have to pull them out of here anyway. So the back edge, which is going to be straight for all of this, is going to be essentially our reference edge. That'll be a reference edge on all the parts. So I have my old template here, which is obviously narrower than this, and to make the alignment here a little bit easier, I cut this little strip here, which I can stick onto the back here and line it up with the back edge. And now I have my kind of like rotational alignment correct, and all I have to do is worry about my left to right alignment. I have a center line that I could use, but I can also come over here and just verify that I'm protruding the same amount on both ends, and that'll be good enough for now. Again, right now, for this first little bit, all I'm doing is a rough material removal. So I'm just gonna trace around the template and then roughly cut it out at the bandsaw. When I actually stick this template down to do the flush trimming, that's when the actual perfect alignment actually matters. So I'll go ahead and do this first one. I'll get a bandsaw on and then I'll flush trim it to the template, and this will become my new template for the other two dividers. And then once we get through those other two dividers, we can pull the case apart and start working through its curvatures as well. So the next thing on the to-do list is going to be add the bead detail to the front, I guess, dividers and then the top of the case. So this is the sample I just did, just to give you an idea of what we're kind of going for. We want the bead on the top and bottom of the dividers, and then of course on the top and bottom of the case, it'll just be on one side for that drawer opening, and then the area in between will be cleared out. So you have a little bit of a recess here, and then you have your two bead details on either side. So first bit here is going to be just a beading bit. That's an 1/8 inch bead, kind of smallish, I don't know, maybe like medium size, something like that, but that's going to give us that detail there. That's going to leave all this material here in the middle. So if I turn this piece like this, you can see the chunk there in the middle, which has to go bye-bye. So then I have a second router with a slot cutter. I just happen to have two routers. You could do these sequentially, but I would set both of them up at once so I can kind of just verify my setup all in one go. So this has a bearing on it, which gives me a cut depth, which is almost the right depth for this, what the bead is gonna be cutting. So there is a slight little ridge in there, which I can remove by hand later on, but this will at least allow me to clear out the bulk of the waste. The bearing is gonna ride against the bead, and it's gonna allow me to clear out all of the stuff. So I'm going to do the, well, I'm assuming that the dividers are going to be the easiest ones to do because they're just like the sample, but the case ones should be a little more interesting because there's a lot more waste that'll have to be removed. So I don't know, just some simple basic routing. The only, I guess, scary or challenging part about this is that for this bead, the workpiece cannot lift off that router at all. If it does, the bead will be, well, ruined. It will be a different diameter or thickness or whatever, and yeah, we'll be starting over again. Once again though, these dividers are, you know, wider than they need to be, so if I do mess up any of the beads, all I have to do is just remove that beaded area, flush trim the divider again back to the template, and go again. So at least there is some kind of fallback here. It's not like the end of the world if I screw this up, which is nice to have that in the back of your mind, but I prefer to, you know, not screw it up and not have to go through and re-prep the divider. So I don't know, should be pretty uneventful. And then the top and bottom of the case should be, you know, very similar. There's going to be a little more precision or a little more, I don't know, strategy, I guess, with removing all of that waste. So yeah, that's about it. Just more routing. There's a lot of routing in this project so far. We'll see if there's any more later. Maybe. There probably will be. There's probably a lot more to go. This is basically a router project. So there are the finished bead details on all the pieces. And from here we have, I guess, two major things to take care of before we put the case back together. First off is going to be to miter all of these beads here on the end, so it's out of the way. And then the other thing will be to actually rip the bevel onto the front of the case, the two case sides, to match whatever's going on over here. Let's head over to the table saw. Now to get started on mitering this bead here, we got a little bit of prep work to square up the ends of these things and get this extra little bit of waste out of here. I'm just gonna make a quick little saw cut here just to get me started. And then I can remove some of that waste on, I guess, either side of this groove. We don't need this here. Now I'm just gonna continue this shoulder up around here to get the end of the bead. So that's about it for prep. I'm not too worried about this stuff right now because I have to flush this up with the case anyway. I just wanted to make sure I'm down to the very bottom right where the bead is. So next we can start working on the miter itself. So I made this little guide block to help me actually cut these miters with the chisel. I'm only going to cut a miter right at the very end here. I only care about mitering the actual bead. We don't want to be mitering back here because we want the shoulder to be there for the dovetail. So I'm going to just kind of roughly lay this on here. I didn't have a scrap piece wide enough, so I have this little piece of MDF, which will help me figure out the angle side to side. I can make it parallel to the back and then just clamp this little guide in place. And now I can start working this material out of here using the block as a guide for the actual angle. So a little bit of waste here first. I'll probably come back to, I don't know, maybe here, go about a 1/2 inch back. Something like that. Yeah. I think I'm going to be a little bit conservative right now. I can always trim off more later when I fit the vertical piece in here. So I think for now, that's probably about as far as I need to take the mitering on all of these. So I'm just going to go through and just knock out all of these. So at least we are like one step closer to having a mitered bead. We can do all of those final tweaks later once the case is completely glued up. And while I have those dividers pulled out of the case, I'm going to go ahead and cut the mortises in the back. These are going to connect these dividers to the runners, which will support the drawers. So with that, I think the next big thing is going to be to get this thing glued up and kind of ready to go for there. So we have a few little details here and there to take care of before we're ready to do that. So basically the next time I put this back together, it will be with glue. So the first thing I'm going to knock out is to cut the drawer runners, which are going to go from the front to the back. That's going to be super easy because those don't need to be very precise either. You want to cut them a little bit short. That way there is a little bit of an expansion gap in there so that when the case sides expand and contract, there is somewhere for that movement to go. So that takes care of the drawer runners. They're all ready to go in, and there is a little bit of a gap here so that way if this or when this case side shrinks in the middle of winter, the movement will have somewhere to go because the front and back are fixed in place. They are going to move relative to each other, either in and out. So this is going to give a little bit of space for that movement to go somewhere. We'll have the tenon that's going to join the front of the divider, or front of the runner to the divider. We'll have that connection fully glued. And this one back here will leave floating so that the tenon can move in and out of the mortise, allowing it to be supported for the weight of the drawer, but also move through the seasons. So I think at that point, or at this point, it's just going to be take it apart and do the last little things. I have the bead on the front of the case to miter, the front top, I guess, of the case that has to get mitered. And then I think lastly, I just have to cut the rabbet in the back for the back panels. And then I guess just with sand the inside stuff real quick, and then that's going to be about it. Time for some glue up after that. Actually, it's kind of nice. So now is the point in the project when you have to like kind of take a step back and think and make sure you did everything you're gonna need to do before this thing goes together and can never ever come apart again. I think I got everything figured out and squared away, and I'm good to get to gluing up. So everything is kind of laid out. We got some room to work. Clamps are right there. Let's let's get into this. This is not something you want to forget something about because there's a lot of time that's been invested up until this point. So epoxy is going to be a really great adhesive for this project for a few different reasons. The first reason is just the overall working time. I've been using epoxy more and more, and pretty much I'm to the point now where if I'm going to do a case glue up or a furniture glue up, I'm just going to be using epoxy. With the slow hardener, it's so much less stressful to not have to worry about getting parts together, and if you miss something or whatever and you can't get them apart again because it's been too long. With the slow hardener, you can easily get a good half hour out of just like getting epoxy onto parts and getting things together, and probably about 45 minutes to the point where things will still come apart if you made a huge mistake and forgot something or another. So I personally really enjoy the less stress part of the glue up, which helps quite a bit. Another sort of side thing for me is that since I'm recording my glue ups, it also gives me a little more time to think about moving the camera around and makes it a little bit easier for me as far as video production goes, which is always nice. So plenty of time to work. That's the big reason. Another bonus reason here is that this is not a water-based glue, so as it goes onto the wood, it does not swell the fibers. In a project with some, really well-fitting dovetail joints, that can help quite a bit. And actually, because it's not water-based, it actually lubricates things, and the joints that were kind of hard to put together before become more of a slip fit, which is kind of a backwards thought compared to traditional water-based glues. Slip fits become like snug fits, and this is like the inverse. So this is going to be especially helpful on the sliding dovetails. I set those up to be fairly snug in the beginning, and if that was glued in there with a water-based glue, you would have like a few seconds to slap the glue on and slam that divider in before it swells, and then you end up hammering the living daylight out of it to get it into the socket. With the epoxy, it'll be lubed up and it'll just slide right in like it's nothing, which is, again, less stress overall. Another kind of more traditional approach to a glue up like this would be to do it in sections. So you probably just glue up the 4 case corners, and then you come back and you glue up the dividers later on. I kind of like being able to put the whole thing together all in one sitting, or I guess all in one session, just to make sure everything's going to come together perfectly, and it just kind of works out more perfectly, I guess, or again with less stress and less uncertainty, because the form that I leave it in, if I rack it in a square or I have all my dividers in the right spots or whatever, that's exactly the way it's going to cure. And because I have a fair amount of time invested in this already, I'm not super worried about having the case cured and ready to work again in like an hour. Overnight is plenty fine for me. This is so much easier. Oh yeah, a little bit of lube makes everything better. Now the last thing to do is just to make sure that the protrusion of these front dividers is exactly in the right spot. I want the bottom of this rabbeted area, or this grooved area, to be flush with the front edge of the case. That looks pretty good. This one's got to go back. All right, I think that's it. About 45 minutes. Now just a little bit of cleanup work here on this front face to get these dovetails flushed up to that front edge of the case. There, that's good enough for now. Still needs a little bit of cleanup work, but I'll address that later once we get these pieces in, which we're going to do next. So as a quick sanity check, I went ahead and made a little sample here just to make sure this is all going to work out as expected. So I have my beaded area here on the front edge. I have the miters cut on here, and then I've removed the majority of the material here, so I only have a mitered area there on the end. So this should slide in between the dividers, and that mitered area should nest into that little pocket which I created earlier. Something like that. This is not super great. It needs a little more work, but that's a sample. So at least as far as the proof of concept goes, this is good to go. So I'm gonna start making all of these, and the first thing I'm gonna need for that is going to be all of the stock for all of these pieces. So I have an offcut, which is actually an offcut for making the dressing vanity, which is made from the same tree as this piece is, so kind of a nice way to reuse the material. So just quickly going to run a bead on there and then remove that thin section and just plane it down and clean it up until that bead doesn't have any flat area on it. And then that will be our starting stock for all of these things. So now these are ready to be glued into the case. I sanded the bead here so it has a nice finish sanding on it. It's the same as the rest of the case, so I don't have to touch this ever again. And I'm going to apply the glue to the inside of the case because I don't want any squeeze out or anything between the case and the bead. If I put glue onto this piece and then slide it in, the glue is going to get rubbed up in here and get squeegeed into this corner. So by putting it on the case, you don't have to really worry about that. It's another area where you don't need a ridiculous amount of glue. Less is more. Just a little bead here just to hold this thing in place. And we're going to slide this thing in. Just double check that it's in the right spot at the top and bottom. And a couple clamps, and that's about it. So with those installed, next I need a filler in here to bump out this area between the case and this bead detail here. So I essentially need a filler that goes in here, something like that. Now I want to use a piece that is going to be oriented with the grain running top to bottom so it matches the side of the case, so I can glue it to the side of the case without any issues. If I want to do a piece that runs front to back like this, I could attach it to just this runner, but it would be kind of floating up in here. Another option would be to do one of these, just glue it in the front here and have it float in the back, but I'd prefer to have the whole thing secured to the case. So this will be a good opportunity to make use of some scraps. This is a piece from when Lindsay made her skateboard. This has got the grain running in the correct direction for this, so I'm just going to plane it down to thickness and then make my strips out of that. I don't need the entire drawer area to be fully, filled. I'll add a strip towards the top and towards the bottom, and I'll have kind of an open area in the middle. I'm not too worried about that. I want to have good guidance for the drawer on the top and the bottom. The first template I need is an exact copy of the bottom of the case. I traced the curve onto the MDF and marked the extents of the case so later I can put it back in the same place for routing after cutting away the waste at the bandsaw. Now I need to extend the curve past where the case ends. I still have my drawing bow set for when I came up with the serpentine curve, so I can use it to extend the line. If you want to make this project a bit easier, extend the curve with a straight line so you're not trying to miter pieces together along a curve. I think having the curve extend all the way to the extent of the base is just more elegant. After flush trimming as much as I can start blending the new area into the curve. I added some pencil lines on the flush trimmed area so I can make sure as I'm working that I'm not touching any of that. Now this is my master template and I can start making the offset template, which will become the outside edge of the base. I want the base to be 1 1/8 and 1/16 bigger than the case. I don't have a single bit and bushing combo to get there in one go, so I'll do it in 2. The first pass is done with a 1/4 inch bit and a 2-inch bushing, which gives me an offset of 7/8 of an inch. This gives me an intermediate template, which is, surprise, 7/8 of an inch offset from the original. The next setup is a 3/8 inch bit with a 3/4 inch bushing, giving me an offset of 3/16. This will be the final template which we'll use on the frame, which we'll make next. Construction of the frame is pretty simple. The front corners are mitered with the sides running all the way to the back. The sides then get connected with a piece of secondary material in the back. So we finally have our frame is ready to go. We can start getting it shaped and getting it attached to the case. So I have my offset template here. I can use that onto the frame here. We'll get it traced out and get the waist cut away at the bandsaw. And then we'll get this template stuck down to the frame and route the actual profile onto here to get that curvature. And then from there, we can go ahead and add the edge profiling. So on the bottom side, this easy one, just a quick round over. And then on the top, we have the classical profile. So we'll go ahead and make that one go around the perimeter as well. The only fun little trick here is on the back side of the frame, we'll add a little bit of a waist block. That way we don't have to worry about going around the corner and cutting in deeper on the back corner of that frame. We can go all the way past it, remove that block, and we don't have to worry about messing up that back corner. So there is the completed transition frame, and I have to tell you, this is actually my third attempt at making this component. Having a heck of a day doing this thing. So the first one I made with the sides a 1/4 inch too short, so it was a little too small for the case. It's like no big deal. I just cut the sides off and kept the front and made new sides. And there's this one here. The issue with that was I second guessed myself when I went into this. I had originally figured I need to create the angles on here at the miter that the curve creates, not at a 45, but I second guessed myself. I haven't went through the work of filming how I approximated the angle of the curve at that corner intersection joint, and then how to bisect that with a set of dividers and get the new actual miter angles. But you know, second guessed myself and just ignored it. So this is the new final one. It is done. The miter angle here on the side piece is at 54 degrees, and then the miter angle on the front piece is at 36 degrees. Let's put it on the case. And hopefully it fits. So I'm just gonna throw it on the case, get it lined up, and just screw it to the underside. We'll permanently attach it later, but for now the screws will allow me to remove it as we kind of move forward with things. So with the transition frame out of the way, next we're going to start working on the OG bracket feet, which will go underneath the frame and support the whole case. So here's the setup for you. So I went back to the original picture and I got some kind of zoomed in pictures of things to kind of guide my process as I create these feet. You know, I'm not trying to duplicate this piece perfectly, but this should give me a good starting point. So this is the front right corner of the piece, and I have manipulated this image to kind of flatten it and to fix the distortion based on the curvature of the case and everything else that's going on. So this is how it was in the actual picture, and I have modified things to get it a little more straight on, since we are looking down on it, and this is a curved surface too, so that kind of gives us this area. Now on the other side of the case, the left side of the case, that picture gave us a really good profile view of the front curve. This part up here, not so much, but this is perfect. So this is the curve I'm going to use for the front of the foot. I'm going to combine that with the this ornamentation part in over here. So this first area here, this is a bit of a shadow line here, so this curve actually comes right around here, and it's not perfect right now because this is still distorted. This should be usually, or at least I'll be doing it as a circle segment. So this will be drilled with a drill bit, and then the curves will come off of that, and this little nubbin thing comes off of that curve right there. So this part through here is a semicircle. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to shorten up this little bottom area here. I don't like this heavy foot area, so I'm going to probably take that down in half a little bit, but this is all templating time anyway. So I got some scissors, I got some MDF. We're going to make a first version template, and then we can always tweak things from there. The nice thing about making templates and working with MDF is it's pretty easy to shape and change and start over and everything. So I'm just going to step through this process, and we'll see how this foot template ends up looking. So somewhat surprisingly, I'm actually really happy with this first iteration of this leg. So I'm going to move forward with this as my template. So with my stock all prepped, now I'm ready to start working on the profile section of the, I guess the OG kind of profile on it, that the curvy bit if you look at the end of the board. So I've transferred the profile from the foot onto the end of the board, so I have something to start with, and I'm going to do the big cove first. I'm doing it here at the table saw by running the board diagonally across the blade, which is, it makes an absolute mess, but it works really well. So the setup for this is, it's not super precise because you're doing a lot of eyeballing. So basically you lay your board on the table and you just kind of get it in somewhat of a rough position, and you sight down across the table past the blade and look at your cut line on the board and kind of envision the blade removing that material, and that kind of gets you in the right place. Once you've figured out the position left to right and the angle that the workpiece needs to be at, you can attach a fence to your table, and that's going to be what we're going to guide the board across. You have a few actual variables you can play with. It's going to be the angle of the fence, the position of the fence, and the angle of the blade. If you have a perfectly symmetrical curve, that blade is going to be at 90, but if you want a little bit of an asymmetrical curve, like I have here, I think it's asymmetrical. It looks asymmetrical when I line the blade up with the blade tilted a little bit. Then you have the blade tilted, you can make some kind of asymmetrical curve. So I have a blade tilted at, we got 9 degrees right now, and this is at somewhere around 45. I don't know. The nice thing about this is we have a lot of material to remove. We're going to be raising the blade very slowly, so we can make adjustments as we go. If it looks like the curve we're creating is a little bit off, we can make an adjustment, and it's not going to be a big deal. So we're going to raise the blade about 1/16 of an inch at a time, run the board across there until we get down to the line. So I'll make a few passes and see where things end up. If we need to make any adjustments along the way, we will do that as we go. Okay, so that made a mess. But you can see we're pretty close. We got the curve here pretty well dialed in. We have a little bit of material here to knock out. That's what I'm going to do next. These little areas are just going to be with the fence and a saw blade, just kind of moving the fence and tipping the blade to remove as much of that waste as possible. We'll have a little bit of blending and cleanup work to do once these feet are actually made, but the machines take care of the bulk of the shaping work at this step. These are gonna look pretty nice. I'm pretty happy with the way these are going so far. Okay, so there is our stock ready to rock and roll. We'll do some more final shaping later on. I'm gonna start by making the rear feet since they are kind of the easiest. So I'm gonna pull the 2 rear feet from this area down here. I'll have this kind of really cool crotchy figure here for that back corner. And then I'll have, some more normal stuff for the other back corner, and then the other 2 front side legs will be more of a straight green, which will end up matching what I'll probably end up doing for the front of the case. So I'm just going to go ahead and just start cutting these things out. So I will just block off a couple of chunks here, and then the pattern gets just laid out from the back side. We'll drill the through hole and cut the profile out. The rear feet, again, do not get the S-curve on the, I guess, the front or what would be the back of the case. That's just going to be a simple square cut, and we'll end up just doing a little bit of dovetail work there to create a little bracket for the back. Before I test this fit, I'm just going to make sure that my sockets are good before I go too crazy. I'll make sure that the bottom and then the back wall is either undercut or square. Let's see how we did. Feel pretty good. Be a little tight. Bigger hammer. Okay, a little snug and not quite my best work, but you know, for the back of a case, this little gap there isn't really a huge deal. So let's work on finalizing the shaping of the bracket foot. With the back piece installed, it becomes really easy to hold this thing. And now we can work on the final shaping. I'm going to do this first little bit, all of this convex stuff just with the plane. Like I have my my guidelines here. So I'm going to come all the way from here all the way to this little peak thing. So I'm doing this 6-inch long segment. Then as we get to this side, it's the whole, was it like 8 inches long? So I want to watch my line as I'm working and as I'm doing my strokes, so I want to make sure I get all the way through. I don't want to stop here because that's going to make the profile down here different than up here. And we're just making a bunch of facets. So I'm just arbitrarily tipping the plane to grab like the high spot as I'm going. almost there. In this case, the line is the waist area. So we want to remove the line. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I'm going to leave this little corner here. I'm going to have it transition to flat for this much material instead of just bringing it back down. I think this curve here is pretty nice the way it is. So next, down here. So on this profile, you can see the bottom of the foot's actually going to be a little bit lower, or I guess stick out less far from the case than the top of the curve. So that's why this shaping is done now, because this is going to get rid of our flat reference. So this face is no longer going to be parallel to the underside, which is something we needed when we were doing the drilling and the shaping operation, or the profile operation. Okay, so that's the bottom. Now I'll get rid of this corner area here. It's getting a little tight. I'm gonna go to a block plane. All right, that block plane is not sharp enough for this. We got some nice figure and curl in this foot. So we're gonna go back to this guy. A little more awkward. And the grain shift back here is caused me to have to stop short because I'm blowing out the backside. Because the grain is presented to the surface like this. Instead of coming this way, it's going like that. Not a big deal though. Okay, we got just a little bit of material back here now. Hit that with a rasp. Okay, now to clean up the table saw cove area, the gooseneck scraper. So that's really about it for the rough shaping, and now we'll go for some final finessing, and that's just going to be a lot of sanding. So I'm going to start at 100 grit and probably work up to 150 for now. That'll leave me with 180 grit to do later when I'm in the mood. And that takes care of a rear foot, and would you look at that, you got the other side here too. So kind of important, making a pair. I've made the mistake before, making two the same. Do not do that. So these are pretty much done as far as roughing out goes. They still need all their edges broken and a little bit of finesse work done. And the last little bit on this is going to be to clip the back piece here. So I have an angle drawn on here. I'm just going to go ahead and just make that cut, plane it smooth, and then these will be done, and we can move on to the front feet, which will be far more interesting. So before I dive into the probable insanity of the front section of the front feet, I'm going to take care of the side of the front feet, the side part, this one here. Because those are pretty easy and they're basically the same as the back ones, with the only difference being that the front is going to be mitered versus being dovetailed in the back feet. So I'm gonna again make a left and right foot using my template, and the process for most of this is gonna be exactly the same as we did on the back. I will get the profile transferred on there and then go through the process of getting the shape cut out, and then I'll go through and make the mitered cuts. Those miters are gonna be at the same angle as the sides of the transition frame, and then once that's taken care of, I can go through and do the final shaping. And then the only last little detail on these is going to be to miter them, and that miter angle is going to be the same miter angle we used on the transition frame on the side pieces. These are pretty easy and pretty standard. The front part of these feet are going to be a lot more interesting because they are going to be curved, they're going to be profiled, and they're going to be shaped. All kinds of weird stuff. So because I already finished the shaping and profiling on this before I cut the miters, I had to glue this little piece of material back on here to keep it at the same level as up here for reference. So I'm just gonna knock that off real quick. And it's one of the side front feet. Okay, so let's make the front ones now. So I have the rest of that slab that I got the other feet out of, and I'm going to use this section here for the front feet. This is a separate piece of stock because I need a lot more thickness to make up those front ones, because before we cut any of the profile in it, we're going to cut the front of the cabinet into the feet. So those will have like a curve in it. So we need more thickness. So I'm just going to go through and chop up this piece of slab and get our rough stock kind of situated for those front feet. So I have my stock here all milled up, and it is sitting at 232. So what I want to do is see how much thickness I'm actually going to need to get this curve cut in here, because that's not going to be thick enough. So if I take my 2 feet and put them together, I can put them, oh, I got my ruler. I can put them in here. I can line up this side foot with the side of the transition frame, bring the corner in, and then I can come over to this foot here and measure how far back this thing is right now. And it is maybe 5/8 or so, maybe 3/4. So I need to add at least that to whatever thickness that this is right now. These are 1 3/4 thick, so I need to at least make my blank, 2 3/8, 2.5 inches thick. So I'm gonna add some material to the back face of the front leg stock. That way the material stays the same thickness as we cut that curve out. So I have a quick miter cut here on the stock, and I want to just double check my thickness before I take it down to final thickness. The reference for this is going to be all on the inside face, so I want to make sure that I have, the right amount of material, because if I have too much from the back, I could scoop into the glue seam back here as I'm making this kind of cove here. So I don't want that. So I'm going to set this thing up as I had it kind of previously with the other foot, get it aligned. So something like that. And I have my template here to know how much material I'm actually going to need for like the total length. So up to about here. So what I want to do now is keep this foot in place and slide the front foot forward. So now it's flush there, but I know for the top area where it's going to be touching the case, this steps back 5/8 of an inch from the high spot here. So I want to come forward another 5/8 of an inch. Okay, right around there. And if I come around to this side, I can see where my profile is going to end up, because I have my foot here, which is going to show me exactly, and I am past the glue seam by a little bit. So we have that much room to play with without actually contacting that glue seam. So we have this much material back here, which is going to be extra. And I think to make this a little bit less risky, what I'm going to do is just go ahead and work with it as is, and then we'll flush up the material in the back later on so it all kind of matches up nicely. Up here it doesn't matter because you're never going to see that, but what I'm trying to avoid is some kind of weird step on the underside of the case where you'll actually be able to see it. So if this is on here like that, if you're looking in from this way, you'd be able to see the step here. So I want these to come to a perfect intersection underneath the case. So the curves in these front feet really, I think, elevate this piece quite a bit. And these worked out pretty well. Not really all that hard to do, which is very refreshing. Not a whole lot of surface area to really shape to the profile. So these went relatively quickly for like how kind of weird they are. So from here, we're going to get these things all finished up to be connected together. So if I pull these guys out of here, you can still see I have extra material here on the curved foot. So I need to remove that material from the backside, get them to the same thickness right there at that miter, and then I can start getting the joinery together for this thing. I'm guessing that these are going to need some tweaking on the miter joints, so I'll tweak the miter joints and then cut in some floating tenons to join them together. And then from there, it's a little bit more shaping. So you want to do your absolute final shaping once the feet are connected together and glued together and assembled. That way you can make sure that that miter line between the two feet is super crisp and really, really nice. So just about done with the shaping on these, and then we can talk about getting these things attached to the transition frame. So that takes care of all 4 feet. They're ready to go on and get glued to the underside of the transition frame. One thing I did to all the feet is I lapped the top surface. It is very likely and common that this surface here is not flat, which will make it hard to attach to the frame. So I just took these to the table saw, put a piece of sandpaper down on the table, and just kind of rub them around to get rid of all the high spots and get the whole top face of the feet into a single plane, so they will just sit down nicely onto the frame. So I'm gonna go pretty easy on the glue. Don't need to go overboard here. I don't want any squeeze out towards the front, so I will hold the glue back from the front edge a little bit just to make sure I don't have any squeeze out between the frame and the foot. And then these are just gonna be essentially rub joint, so I'll just set them down onto the frame, rub them around to get a little suction going from the glue, and just position them exactly where they need to be. The feet are held back from the edge of the frame a little bit, so you have a bit of a shadow line. So essentially there is there's a roundover on the underside of the frame, and there is a curve on the foot. So I want the curve on the foot to be behind the roundover on the frame. And I'll leave these alone for a little bit, and then we'll come back and reinforce them with the glue blocks. All 4 feet are now glued on, or at least they're sitting there waiting for the glue to dry. So while the glue is doing its thing on there, I'm gonna raid the scrap bin and cut off a bunch of this stuff into glue blocks. So this is a great traditional way to get rid of some scraps. So these can go for back here, and then I've got some that I'm starting for the front here. I'm gonna put this angle on here. Now with these ones we can be a little more sloppy and generous with the glue, since we are on the underside of the case, which is unseen. This is all just structural. Doesn't really matter if there's squeeze out back here. Although I did notice this. I'm about to cover one of my holes, so I'm gonna knock that corner off real quick. That would have been funny. Go and install it. Can't get the screw in. Luckily those screws are just there so I can get this realigned to the case. But that'd be pretty funny still. Okay, that one's good. So in the back here, because I have a space, I'm going to continue layering on some blocks and just kind of building up that corner. Normally you see this done on the front and the back, but my front feet are pretty narrow, so I'm not going to be able to do this as easily, which is fine. This is a not This is not a big piece of furniture. Like if this was a secretary desk with a bookcase on top, which is 7 feet tall, that's quite a bit bigger piece of furniture than this is. Then I'd worry about it. This is just a chest of drawers, so it's not very big. You'd also see these blocks built all the way up and then protruding a little bit past the foot, so you would have the actual weight of the piece of furniture on the blocks instead of on the actual feet, which is another way of doing this. You can see up here I'm alternating the grain direction, so that way I have my long grain connection between every other layer to the feet or the bracket. So there actually ends up being like a lot of meat behind these legs, but it's all scrap. Okay, I changed my mind a little bit because I'm feeling a little over the top. There's another glue block for this corner. And then here is another one. It's helping me empty out my scrap bin. That's all I care about. Fewer scraps in the bin. Either I burn them or I glue them to the bottom of a piece of furniture. So this is looking like it's ready to go on. We're going to do glue along the front, and then in the back I have some holes drilled, and they have an oversized hole through them. So the screw I put down there has a little bit of wiggle room that allows the case to float in and out underneath the backside of the base. So let's do it. We got a little glue in the front there, and we can pop our screws in from before, which will bring it into the correct orientation. Now it's on to the transition molding, which will cover the bottom of the case. And you know what that means, more templates. So many templates in this. This time I need the inverse or negative of the case. We can use the router to make this nesting template. I have a 1/4 inch flush trim bit in the table riding along the template for the case. This bit is removing a 1/4 inch of material, so to get a perfect nested template, we need to add back that 1/4 inch. We'll take this new template with that 1/4 inch missing and make another template from it. I use a washer to mark the rough offset so I can bandsaw away most of the waste. In the router I have a 1/2 inch bit and a 1 inch bushing. That combination gives me a 1/4 inch offset and essentially puts back the material that was removed from the curve with that 1/4 inch bit in the router table. Okay, so here is the completed template, and it fits fairly well. There's a little bit of a gap around the end, so the curve isn't exactly perfect, but I think it's gonna be close enough. This molding is gonna be narrow enough where I can force it to fully seat. I'm off by maybe a 32nd of an inch on either side, but through here it's nice and tight. So let's move forward and make some actual molding stock. Okay, let's see. Actually, not too bad. We've got a really nice fit along the top here, which is what really matters. And our reveal here is fairly consistent. It's a little bit off, but my transition frame isn't perfect either. So there'll be a little bit of fudging in there, but pretty darn good. So from here, I'm gonna fair this curve a little bit because it's a little bit bumpy from my work on the spindle sander. So real quick, fairing at the bench, and then we'll cut the profile into it, which will be interesting. There's not a whole lot of meat there. Okay, I think this is good to come off of the template, and we can see how it looks on the case. I'm only slightly worried about getting this off because I don't want to break this molding. Oh, that'd be so unfortunate. Maybe next time less CA glue. I was so worried about it coming off when I was routing that I went a little bit crazy with the glue. So now I pay for it. I think it's coming off okay though. Just be careful. Okay, on the front piece. Come on, there we go. This is cool. This is a pretty small thing, but this might be one of the coolest things I've ever made. It's just a piece of molding, but it is cool. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, look at this. Oh, that's awesome. That actually worked. I like it when some random plan I have that may work in theory actually works out. Oh man, so let's see, what should we do next? I still have to attach this bottom piece. It's just in there temporarily right now. I want to do that before installing this, obviously. And we got to miter this thing still. So, I don't know. Let's miter this. Let's do that. See how that goes. Before I get too far ahead of myself with all the excitement. So I think I'm going to try and attempt to miter this molding by hand. That seems a little less risky than trying to miter it with the saw and have it potentially be damaged. So in theory, this should be pretty easy to lay out. I'm going to mark the case, or where the case is onto here. So that's going to be one line. And then essentially I need to make an angle that connects the very corner of the case to the miter line in the transition frame. So if I come to this side and make a mark right along where this miter is. Now if I connect that mark along the bottom to this mark along the bottom, diagonal, that will be the exact miter angle of this piece. So I was gonna shoot this, but who am I kidding? I'm not a hand tool woodworker. We'll get this set up here at the table saw. That actually went surprisingly well. There we go. That side's all set, so I'm just gonna do the same thing on the other side. There we go, nicely mitered. How about something maybe easier? Let's make this molding next. Yeah, that should be quite a lot easier because it's, you know, straight. And I'll do the same thing to miter it. I'll just lay out the cut lines and chop them there at the table saw. Okay, so I just roughly got the miter cut on here. I haven't tweaked it yet, so it's not quite right yet. But this is where we start getting into the fun fudging time, because these obviously aren't going to match up at this corner. So we need to adjust the profile of the return molding to match what's going on at the miter. Down here, it didn't matter as much because that wasn't, you know, we're not stepping back that far. It was a little off, but by the time I sanded the two profiles, they kind of crisped up just fine. This is going to be a little bit different. So this lower bead, I could just fudge this right at the corner and just kind of carve this material back and fade it in, and that wouldn't be too noticeable. But this second bead up here is going to be, you know, far more noticeable if I do that. So what I'm going to do is transfer the profile I'm going for onto the end grain and essentially just remove this and carve the profile into there by hand. There's not a whole lot there, so basically I just want to make sure that this little tiny fillet up top matches over here, and we can blend and shape the beads together right at the miter. So it's not a huge deal, but you know, we're 20 something inches long, so a good amount of molding to kind of finesse, but it shouldn't really be, you know, all that bad. Otherwise, you end up having to like taper it, which I think will be really noticeable. So I have the moldings kind of all set to go. I do have to finalize the miter connection still. I'm going to wait to do that until the front molding is actually attached, in case anything kind of shifts and moves as I'm installing it. But for now, I think we'll go ahead and start gluing things in. So I'm going to glue in the false bottom and the drawer supports for the bottom drawer, and then we can get the front molding attached to the case. And then from there, we can work on getting the return moldings finalized and installed. Okay, let's get this front molding applied. One thing I did is I put a little bit of a back bevel on here. That's going to get that material on the molding out of the way, so we can make sure that we have a nice tight connection where the molding meets the top of the case here, or where the top of the molding meets the case, since that's actually an area we care about. If the molding isn't touching through its whole height, it doesn't matter. We just want it to touch perfectly along the top and of course down here along the bottom. So I'm gonna go through and really light glue. We don't need anything crazy on this. And I have a few clamps here, and that should really be about it. I'm also using the side return moldings to make sure I get this thing lined up left to right perfectly, or at least perfectly back to where it was when I planned for where it was going to be. So that's the only other little thing. It's going to go pretty easy with the glue because I don't want any squeeze out. Okay, last little detail here is going to be the return molding. So now this is fixed in place. I can make any adjustments to the miter before I actually install it. So a few things on the prep. Before we install a molding onto here, this needs to be a finish ready surface. So the case side is finish sanded. So I don't have to worry about that ever again. On the stock, again, we have a back bevel on here because this molding is straight. That's pretty easy. I already did that when I ripped this from the main stock. That's just the blades tipped to like 3 degrees when I cut that. So the bottom is out of the way of the top. So when it comes in here, the bottom isn't going to make contact with the case, making sure the top makes contact with the case, making that nice and tight. Other thing that makes this a lot easier is on the ends. I have removed all the material that I do not care about. So everything except the very little bit of the edge of the profile is still there. The rest of the material is cut completely back. So as I'm doing my tweaking, all I'm doing is just adjusting that small band of material towards the outside of the molding. And when I throw this thing on here, I can see it's a little gappy. So it's a little gappy kind of down in here, up in here, but the middle is a little bit tight, which I think makes sense because there is some burning on here. So as I was making that cut, the piece probably shifted a little bit. Pretty easy fix though. I'm just going to adjust it with a little block with some sandpaper on it, just like a really simple, easy shooting board. So I have my molding here up on this piece of MDF just to get it up off the table a little bit. And I can just work this back and forth a little bit. There's not much material to remove. I'm just tweaking it so that the miter comes together super tight. So that's looking pretty good now. So let's prep this thing to go on. And you can see I have a little material to kind of blend together later. So the only thing this really needs is to be just chopped down to length. So I'll cut it so that it's the same length as the transition frame back here. And then it can be glued on. With this thing, we want the case to be able to float behind it. So I'm not going to glue it to the case except for right at the corner, just a few inches at the corner. And then it'll only be glued to the frame beneath it for the rest of the length. I'll use a little bit of super glue to make that process pretty easy so I don't have to worry about clamping it. And now right here, all this end grain is the material I need to remove in order to get these profiles to be perfect and crisp right at the corner. Okay, there is the completed corner. And, you know, you probably wouldn't know that these two profiles didn't match up before. Well, I mean, you will, but just looking at this, it just kind of looks like it was supposed to be like that. So that takes care of the transition molding. Okay, so I just laid out my 4 drawer fronts. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So a few things to think about with these particular drawer fronts. It's one of the more unique and interesting considerations with these fronts is the fact that we're going to be cutting, you know, a curve into here. So what's going on the face right here in the low spot is not what's going to be in the actual finished piece. So we want to pay attention to what's going on the underside as well. So I have kind of flipped things around a little bit to make sure that the back side is going to be kind of what I want. I'm trying to avoid larger defects, but I want to incorporate some figure as well. I am avoiding sapwood. That's not really a look I'm going for in this piece. So I have my sap lines here kind of marked out so I can follow them. And when it comes to sap, you can see I'm laying out on the narrow side of the board or the sappier side or towards the outside of the log, because if we come straight down, we're going to go into more hardwood. So versus laying the other way, if you come down from where you think the edge of the sapwood is, you'll have sapwood in the back side of the board. So laying it out this way allows you to make sure that eliminating sapwood on this face eliminates sapwood completely. So one thing with these is they are fairly straight grained, so it's going to be a more uniform, cleaner look to the front facade of the drawer fronts. However, I do have some little hints of figure here and there. So I got a little bit of crotch figure here on the corner of number 3, and this knot here should produce some more kind of figure and things as we go down into the actual wood that's there. Similarly over here, got a little bit of figure here for drawer front number 4, but for the most part, fairly straight. The slab here is towards the center, so that one's mostly quarter sawn, and this one is kind of plain sawn-ish. You can see we have some cathedrals down here towards the bottom. I'm gonna chop these things up and get them rough milled. Nice thing about this is as far as rough milling goes, I'm gonna be conservative. If I don't fully clean up the faces, it's not really a huge deal because they're gonna get sawn anyway. So the faces that we see at this stage are not the faces that we're gonna see in the final piece. Any kind of rough sawn mill marks will end up being removed when we do the sawing of the curves. But we want to have a decent starting point so things are somewhat uniform and squared up and flat. So there are the drawer fronts all rough milled. I'm gonna let these sit for a few days. It's Friday, so I'll let these sit until at least Monday and just see what they're gonna do, if they're gonna wanna move around a lot. It's kind of a weird situation because we're gonna be sawing a curve into the thickness of these things. So, it doesn't need to be super flat, but it needs to stay, or I guess maintain the curve that gets cut in there. Otherwise, it's gonna look a little off. The beading will help with that, but you don't want these things to warp a lot. Once you have that curve in there, you want them to stay in that final shape. So I want to get a good feeling of, are these going to have stress in them and want to move around after those curves are cut? So by leaving them here to sit for a few days, let them acclimate. If they move a lot, then I'll be worried a little more and I'll probably grab a replacement part. But otherwise, it's just more of a mental thing to make sure I feel good about moving forward with these guys. So with that, I think I will also just kind of break down the drawer box material. So I have that as well. So I'm gonna go through my scrap pile. Like this guy looks like a good side for that drawer there. I'll work through the scrap pile I already have from cutting the pieces for the case top and bottom. And then I'll go to the new stock and start pulling material from that. That way, again, that stuff can sit for a few days while the drawer fronts are sitting. And then I'll have drawer fronts which have rested and drawer sides and backs that have rested as well, so I can do the curves on the drawer fronts and then get into actually joining some complete drawers together next week. Okay, these have been sitting around for a while and they haven't really moved. Still nice and flat. So I think all I'm going to do now is just give them a few skim passes through the planer, just to remove a little bit more of the low spots. I don't want to go too crazy with this because I'd rather have too much material that I can then shape away than, not have enough. So a few passes through the planer, and then we'll start actually fitting them to the case, or at least getting them roughly fitted to the case. So I'll go through and rip them to width, and then I'll start working on cutting them down to length. As always with the inset drawers, I'll go ahead and find the angle that matches perfectly for the case. That's probably not exactly square. And once I have one end cut to that correct angle, I can work on the other end. Process there is just a little bit different. We'll find the angle first, and then we'll cut it to that perfect length using that angle. And all I do to make these adjustments is just shim the fence, and I just keep track of where I'm putting my shims and how many shims I have so I can repeat those cuts. That way the drawer front will fit perfectly to the opening. It'll make fitting the drawer a lot easier. Okay, this is starting to get real. So I have the template here from the bottom of the case. So this is basically the case that is not the bead, so the area behind the bead. And I'm going to go ahead and use this as my layout tool to get the curves on here. Now I've already kind of messed around with the layout for this, so I know that the curve is going to be 5/8 of an inch from the front edge, or right around there. And on my template, I have some layout lines which indicate the boundary of the drawer opening. And I can mark out the actual curvature on the drawer. Again, the nice thing about this is that bead detail on the front of the case is going to mask any imperfections in the curvature here, so if things aren't super perfect, not really going to be all that noticeable, which is nice. It's a nice bonus. I don't have to be super precise here, so I'm not really worried about getting these drawer fronts like flush trimmed to this template, which you could do with a big enough router bit or a shaper bit or something like that. Doesn't really matter in this case because you have that kind of built-in error distraction kind of thing. So with the lines drawn out, just a simple matter of going through the bandsaw, taking my time, and cutting along the line to produce the curvature for the front face of the drawer. Okay, so now we have a little bit of cleanup work to do to finalize this curve and just fair it out, make it look nice and pretty. So I did get pretty close to the line with the bandsaw, so I don't have a whole lot of cleanup work to actually do. We're mostly just cleaning up the saw marks, fairing things out, and then blending into this flat area to get rid of it. So I'm going to use the compass plane for this. This plane is not something that gets used super often, but for projects and like little things like this is like the perfect tool for the job. The nice thing with this plane is you can adjust the sole to whatever radius you're trying to go for, and it basically just kind of, it's like on autopilot. You don't have to think about anything. You just feed the plane through and it will make a nice graceful curve. So you can see I'm already down on the high spots. I have several more low spots here to go, but it is very thoughtless. It's just kind of plain, and eventually it'll get there. The only thing to consider with this is that we are going downhill here, and then if you keep going, this will be uphill, so we have to work down from both directions into this valley. But other than that, this is fairly, feels like cheating. There's a bit of a high spot here at this transition. So I'm just going to use just a regular hand plane, go across the grain and knock that bump down. Now I'm just going to blend this convex area just right through here. I got a high spot here and a low spot here. Just going to kind of feather these all together. And now the magic card scraper to blend this all together. I have a lot of kind of tear out areas towards the bottom of that valley where the compass plane is coming in from both sides, and the card scraper will clean it up pretty quickly. So I have shown before how to do like a full sharpening on a scraper, but in this case, I don't really care about the surface finish, and I don't need the burr to last particularly long. I can just sharpen more often. So this is how I take care of that. So this is a dull edge. You can see, not even making dust, not making anything. So I can grab my burnisher, which just happens to be an old end mill from the Bridgeport, and I can remove any existing burr by just pulling the burnisher along the surface like that. And flipping it over, I'll do the same thing on the other side. Remove the existing burr, and now I can turn a new burr, so I can flip it up and run the burnisher squarely along the top, just like a little bit of pressure. You can see I'm holding it in my hand. One across the top, and then I'll tip in either direction and pull back again. And let's see. So not exactly the most sharp scraper, but it's good enough for this kind of roughing work. So this is getting pretty close. There isn't a perfect curve through here yet, so I will continue working on that, but this scraper is now dull again. So that's the downside of this technique, is that you have to do this more often, but since it's so quick, it doesn't really matter a whole lot, I don't think. See? And we're making shavings again. So this side is good to go. You can see surface finish isn't super great, but for a roughing operation or a kind of rough smoothing operation, definitely good enough. This needs a little finish sanding, and that side's done. I'm going to do the same thing on this side now. So that is pretty good. At least the initial shaping's there. It just does need to be finish sanded because it is very rough. The rough burr with the card scraper doesn't really leave that nice of a finish on there, but it is tear out free. It's just kind of rough. So we'll have to do a little more sanding than you would if you had a nice fine burr on here, but it's not that big of a deal. There's not a whole lot of sanding to do here anyway. But next, let's get the inside taken care of as well. So I have a divider here set to the final thickness of the drawer, which is roughly what it is down here at the valley, and I can use this to scribe a cut line parallel to the outside face. So there is the new cut line for the inside of the drawer. So we'll take it to the bandsaw and cut along that curve. I'm going to make a quick stop at the table saw to make a little flat area to make it easier for the dovetails to seat. Instead of the dovetails following the curve perfectly, it'll be at a actual angle, just like we did for the case. Just a little tiny trick to hopefully make the dovetailing process just a little bit easier, because it's not going to be, super easy or straightforward. So the inside curve is cut, so now I have a little bit of cleanup work to do. This doesn't need to be anywhere near as perfect as the outside, since it's really never going to be seen. And really the only area where you can be able to tell how thick the drawer front is along the top edge. So that area needs to be nice and perfect. It needs to look nice and uniform in thickness. What's going on past that area, it doesn't really matter a whole lot. So I'm going to do a lot of this work with just a sander just to clean up the rough sawn marks and maybe just a little bit of card scraping after that. The only thing here is I want to avoid the areas that I cut with the table saw because that is my little reference area for my dovetails. So that's pretty good for initial cleanup. We'll do a little more sanding later on to finish things up, but it's looking pretty good to keep going. As you can see from this top edge, as long as it looks, fairly consistent, that's all I'm really going to see. Bottom edge is not nearly as important. This one's a little chunky in some spots, but it doesn't really matter. Next thing for this is going to be the groove for the bottom. And I'll cut that over here with this slot cutter. This cutter is set up with this bearing so that I'm going to be cutting a 1/4 inch deep groove. This is a 1/4 inch wide cutter, so it's going to cut a 1/4 by 1/4 groove into the drawer front. So now all I have to do is just run this thing on edge through the bit, and that'll give me a nice groove for the drawer bottom that follows the curvature of the entire drawer. Only thing to worry about here is that the bottom side is down. Don't really want the groove on the top. So now we can move on to the drawer sides. That's all going to happen here at the table saw. This is the stock that we prepped earlier. Ended up being down to 9/16. That's just the magic number that I went with. Doesn't make a difference. So the operations here at the table saw will rip the sides to width, and it's going to be just a little bit shorter than the width of the drawer front. And then we can cut the matching groove in the drawer sides for that drawer bottom. And then with that, we can cut the back down to final width. And before heading over to the bench to cut the dovetails, we'll cut the bevel onto the ends of the drawer fronts. And that's going to be the same angle we used earlier for making that little flat area on the drawer front. Okay, let's get started on some tails. This is a little different than the half blinds we did on the, on the case and the bracket feet, because we got this fun little angle here to contend with. So marking here is going to be a little bit more challenging because we can't just go down here like this. So what I like to do is just do the ends and then connect the two lines on the face with a straight edge. So I'm just making sure I get some good contact here right at the edge so I can transfer that line across onto the face with a knife. Come here and come across the end. This allows me to reference the angle which is already existing on the end of the board. So here's my knife line on the top, here's my knife line on the bottom, and now I can just connect them with the straight edge. There's that line. Same thing over here. There's the scribe lines. A little more involved than usual. And now to lay out the tails, the only big thing as always with the drawers is to make sure that groove ends up inside of that first tail. So I'm going to start by laying out the ends of the first tails. And I'm thinking I want to put, let's say 3 tails into this board. And I'm going to do it, evenly spaced. So I'm going to use my dividers, get those set to put 3 tails in here. So I'll go here as 1. So 1 segment. And then here would be 2. And then I can just eyeball to the left and right the amount that I want from my pin. So we'll go like that maybe. Do the same thing down here. Kind of making that entry point about 1/8 of an inch. That's just a look that I like. So there is my evenly spaced set of 3 dovetails. Okay, now I'm going to start cutting, and as always the most important thing on the tails is the line across the top. You want this to stay square. What the angle coming down actually ends up at doesn't really matter. If this doesn't follow slant perfectly, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter as much. The squareness of the cut to the face is what matters here on the tailboard. So I'll take my time and follow my lines and get down to the scribe lines. There's your first cut. Now, I'm certainly no expert at handsawing, but my biggest tip is just don't force the saw. You should not be pushing down on the saw. The weight of the saw should be all it needs to get through all this wood. So as I'm sawing, I'm just focusing on pushing the saw forward. I'm not really applying any downward pressure onto the saw. So there's our tails all sawn out, and now it's just like most anything, removing all the waste from between the tails to make room for all the pins. Okay, now on to the more challenging part of this. First thing we're going to need is the length of the tails. So this marking gauge is set from before when I actually laid out those tails. So just like normal. That's a normal thing, just like a square dovetail. And then I'll lay in the depth. I have my little alignment block here. That's going to allow me to use the grooves to help align my workpieces. I can set that thing in here like that, and now it's to set how far into the drawer front the tailboard actually goes. Just like any other dovetail joint, I have the tail sitting here on the line and everything looks good, so I can go around and trace all these tails onto the drawer front. And I'll just transfer these down the face like usual. Now to cut the actual sockets, that process is going to be very similar to any other half blind that I normally do. The only difference here is like kind of mentally wrapping our minds around what's going on inside of here. So the back wall here is going to be parallel to this face, so it's not necessarily square to this face, so it's at a little bit of an angle. It's going to slope towards the front, and then the bottom area here is going to slope kind of up a little bit. So it's some weird geometry to think about at first, but once you kind of wrap your mind around it, it's not, I don't know, it's not too bad. So I'm going to head over to the drill press and remove the bulk of the waste I will use the offcut from cutting the curve in it to get the drill press, square to where it needs to be. So essentially square to the little flat area we cut at the table saw, and then remove the bulk of the waste that way. Back over to the bench, we'll use the offcut again to support the workpiece, chop away the majority of the waste, just like I would do with a normal square dovetail joint, and then we can go up into the vise and then pare back the pin walls to establish that nice clean socket, and hopefully the dovetail will fit in there. So there is the sockets all ready to go, and it looks like this should fit down in here. One thing I'm going to do that I don't normally do, because I know things in here are not as perfect as they would be if this was a square dovetail joint, is I'm going to start undercutting and relieving material on the tailboard. So first I'm going to do the end grain. So I'm going to go to the table saw, tip the blade further, and just chop off essentially the bottom part of the tail. And back of the bench, I will round over or knock off all the corners and all the edges, just to make sure that if there's any material that's not perfect down the bottom of the sockets, that the tailboard is actually going to fully seat and not get hung up on something. There, now there shouldn't be any material here to get in the way anywhere, and we can see where this is going to go. So it's feeling a little tight, and right here you can see this kind of darkened area here on the side of the pin. Those are crushed fibers, so that is where the tails are rubbing. So I'm just going to give this a quick shave. And then we try it again. A little tight still. So now we can add the back to the drawer, and this is always kind of nice because it's a lot faster, because these through dovetails compared to the half lines in the front of, even a square drawer is much faster. You can just bang these things together. So the drawer back is cut to be a little bit shorter than the width of the drawer opening, so that we end up with a little bit of taper on the drawer. It's gonna make it operate a little bit easier as it goes in and out of the opening. So I'm gonna go and get to going on cutting these pins. I cut these ones pins first because that's the way I like to do drawers. You can cut dovetails either way. We're laying out from the back of the drawer, so this will be the face you will not see when you open the drawer. The inside face is on the inside of the bench. And I'm just going to draw my pin layout just randomly, which is kind of nice because this drawer back will only go back together in one orientation. So there are my pins, and I can just cut them real quick. Again, angle doesn't matter, but plumbness does. So as long as I'm following this line here on the face down, it doesn't really matter what angle I end up cutting this thing to. Okay. Spin it around, do the same thing. I'm going to hop over to the bandsaw and the table saw to just remove pretty much all his waste. It goes pretty quickly. So normally on a square type drawer, not a crazy weird serpentine drawer, I'll put the sides and the front together and use that as a clamping jig to do this transferring, but it is a little bit awkward with the serpentine front to get everything lined up. So I find it's just easy enough to stand this thing up on here and transfer the pin locations onto the tail board. That's it. Easy peasy. And we'll just finish the layout. And then we can saw the tails and clean up the waste. Again, for this, I'm going to use the power saws to help clean things up. Okay, let's see how that went. It is it is almost disgusting how much more streamlined that process is than the half blinds. Okay. That side's a little tighter. Okay. There's a curvy drawer. Okie dokie. With all this drawer construction complete, now I can do the glue up and start getting them fit to their openings. So at this point, all the internal surfaces have been surface prepped. I also gave the outside of the drawer front a nice surface prep. It's gonna be a little bit easier, when they're all separate like this. And the outside will get surface prepped after we flush up all the parts after everything is glued together. So I'm gonna get some glue onto my dovetails. So now with all the joints fully seated, we can bring this thing over to the case. I'll only use the case as a clamping device to hold this thing in alignment as the glue sets. The drawer all the way in. Should still be pretty tight. And then we can adjust the racking angle on it to make sure that the front ends up nice and parallel to the front of the case. So essentially how it looks now is how it will look when the drawer is fully closed when we're done with assembly. So I'm just checking to make sure it's protruding the same amount past the bead that I want, so it's nice and even, and then we can just leave it alone. So the glue is set on this drawer now, and it is time to get this thing fit to the opening so it actually operates nice and smoothly and correctly. So from the glue up, we know it gets a little tight towards the end, so we know we have to remove some material on here, but we also have to flush up the joinery. So the nice thing about this process is I'm going to go ahead and flush up that joinery with the sander, and then that should, in theory, get it pretty darn close to perfect right away, which is nice. So let's see how this does. It's a little tight still, but not too bad. You see it goes into the opening, and it's just a little bit tight, but it is fitting, and it's a lot better than it was before. I still have, uneven gaps around the four sides, but that's as far as I'll take this drawer. I'm gonna run through and do the other three, and then when they're all kind of at the stage, then I'll come back and set all the gaps. That way they all end up being the same. All right, after a fair amount of back and forth and playing around, I have my gaps set and my fits looking pretty good. At this point, we don't need the drawers to slide super nicely because the inside isn't waxed yet anyway. We just want to make sure that they move freely and they don't bind. So this one's moving nicely. There's a little bit of resistance as it goes in and out, which will be removed with the wax when it gets applied. But that's a good fit. Put that in all the way. So I don't necessarily have my gaps set uniformly. That's not the look that I go for. I tend to have a tighter gap on the sides than on the top and bottom. The top and bottom are just your expansion gaps, and the sides, I just tend to have a tighter look on those versus a even larger gap around the entire perimeter of the drawer. So if this was even, the drawer sides would have a very, in my opinion, a very large gap on the sides, but I like to have a fairly tighter feel there. One thing you can do as a little bit of a little fudge factor, I guess, is if you are having problems getting your gaps to be consistent, they don't actually need to be 100% consistent. So right now, all of my drawers are still square. I haven't broken the corners on any of them. So what you can do is you can break the corners a little bit differently depending on where you are on the drawer and introduce a little bit of a gap that way too. Instead of having the full depth of the drawer with that gap, just having a slight gap or reveal along the front where the corner is broken, that can make it appear like the gaps are consistent, because those gaps aren't really, they're there functionally to a certain extent, but they are more visual than anything else. So as long as they look kind of how you want them to look and they're not actually how they're supposed to look, it doesn't really matter. So these are done. That was a lot of work. So here are the boards for the top, which we had selected back in the beginning. So now we can do the final layout and start getting these milled up and into a top panel. So the case ended up at 36 inches wide and 22 inches deep, and I'm kind of going towards a 1.5 inch overhang on 3 sides, and then the back will be a 1/2 inch overhang. So that would be a 24 by 39 inch panel, which we've got. Well, we got some work to do to get. I want to get some of the sap out of here. I think I am going to leave a little bit here in the middle, and I'll trim back the stuff on the outside. So I was originally planning on laying out from this end here and removing this, but as I took a block plane to this, I can see the sap, but actually isn't as wide as it looks. It looks like it's this wide, but it's actually only that wide there. So down in here, I can get my 24-inch width and remove this little bit of sap out here, and I should have some curl down here. I think in the other boards you saw a little bit of curl end up down here. So I think that's probably what I'm going to do, is just come in here and lay out my 40-inch rough length. Finished length is going to be 39, and make a panel out of this section right here. I think it's going to end up looking, pretty nice. I will probably have this little hint of sapwood here in the middle. I think that might be kind of cool, but it's going to depend on how things kind of end up once it's all milled up. A lot of this might end up just going away as we edge this and clean it up, so it might just eliminate itself, but I don't know. I think this is going to be a pretty nice little top. Let's get cutting this thing up and getting it rough milled. And once it's actually milled up, it'll give us a better idea of what we're actually looking at. So as always, we're gonna do some rough milling now. It should be fun. Start chopping wood up again and making some more parts. Just making parts. This certainly looks promising. So it has been a few days, actually it's probably more like a week, and this is still flat. Still suctioning to the table. So these have not moved at all. The other one does the same thing, so it's still perfectly flat, hasn't moved at all. Maybe flatter than it was before. So I'm actually gonna skip the jointer. I'm just gonna run this through the planer and take us down to final thickness, and then we'll finish up the glue seam. We'll get that glue seam prepped for glue up, and get these things into the clamps to make our panel. Last panel? Nope. Still got drawer bottoms. Not even close. So there is the top panel all nice and ready to go. We got a nice mixture of styles here. So I have been playing around with the kind of intended overhangs and everything with this, and I'm getting a little bit tight, I think. This panel didn't end up quite wide, or quite as wide as I was thinking it would. So, and I also have this band of sap, which I don't really want like a big thing of sap right here in the front. You know, this will all be removed with the curve, but we'll come to a point, and I don't want like a point of sap. So I'm trying to eliminate the sap on this front edge. I'll have some along the back, which I think is gonna look pretty cool because we have some sap accents in this piece. So like along the side here, we have a little bit of sap here. That's gonna play in nicely to this bit of sap up in here. So what I'm doing is I'm reducing the overhang on the back. I'm down at 3/16 of an inch, which I think is probably gonna be fine. It's not as traditional as you would see, but as long as you have a little bit of a step here, that just kind of distracts the eye from it being absolutely perfect. So you don't have to worry about it being totally flush. In theory, you should have no issue with wood movement because the top and the subtop will move in unison. But if there's any difference, this little gap here or this little step will hide any inconsistency. So I'm gonna go with 1.25 inches, or start with that. We're gonna see where that leads us. So I have a little tracer circle that I made. Super easy to make. So this is a 2.5 inch diameter, so that's 1.25 inch radius. So pretty easy to do that. I use my divider just to scribe a quick line on a piece of MDF, and then I cut that line, or cut the MDF out with the bandsaw, you know, roughly away from the line. Then we can make a little holder jig by drilling through the little MDF disc right in the middle and down into a backer piece on the bottom. And that's going to allow us to create a perfect circle on the sander. We can plunge the disc into the sander until it's at the right distance, clamp that little backer jig thing to the sanding table, and then as we spin the disc through the sander, that's going to give us the desired radius that we want. And now we have a nice, perfect little circle at our custom radius. So I could have gone around like this and just scribed like that with the dividers, but this will give me a nice pencil line to work towards. So I'm going to do that, make my cut lines, and go from there. For the end cuts, I'm going to do that with the track saw. There's a decent chance that these are not going to be perfectly square to the edges or whatever. Doesn't really matter. I can lay that track right on that line and cut exactly where it needs to go. For the curve along the front, that is going to be a different offset than everything else we've done so far. And since there's only one of this curve anyway, I'm just going to just work back to the line. Super easy. There's no real need for me to make a template for this because I'm only going to be doing it once, and it doesn't need to be perfect. It doesn't need to match up with anything. We have 1.25 inches of offset, so if it's a little tiny bit off here or there, it's not going to be noticeable at all. So there it is with the top for the first time, and down on the floor, this is the perspective you have actually looking at the piece versus the kind of skewed perspective we've had all this time with it up on the bench. So it just, it looks different and better now that we're actually looking down on it as we should be. So next up for this thing is going to be an edge profile on here, and let me walk you through that heart-wrenching decision that I have been struggling with for a while now, actually. So I have been kind of going through some bits and some samples to pick a edge profile that I actually like. So I started out with this one here, which I found to be a little too heavy and kind of clunky. So this is a little bit deeper. This is shallower. One thing on here is the radius of the rounded area in here is absolutely tiny. So this is actually carved a little bit to make this a little more radiused. So that's something. I also got this guy here, which is just a simple OG, fairly large radius in here though, which is this one here. It's not too bad, but I think that's a little bit on the drastic side for this piece. So I also have this guy here, which is a door edge bit. This guy here, I literally bought a lot of bits. So that is this one here, 2 different depths. I like the kind of shallower one. I did a full length one just to get a better idea of what it would look like at a longer length, and I'm kind of digging that profile. Now, one additional tip that might help when you're trying to pick a molding profile out is if you put some mineral spirits or some solvent on it just to get an idea of what it'll look like with some finish on it. That can also help to give you a better idea of what you're kind of looking at. Like this is a lot nicer looking now that it actually has some finish on it. You know, I don't know. This is one of the definitely the more difficult decisions that I've had to make for this project, but I think I've actually made it. So this one has this kind of broken a little bit, so I think after final sanding, it's gonna look a little bit nicer than the other ones. So this is what I'm gonna go with. Has a, I guess we'll call like a medium radius in here, and it's not super wide either, which I also like. That was one of the downsides of like this guy here. The profile is a lot wider, or it's wider than this one at least. So you end up with a bigger profile or a wider profile. This is a little bit narrower. It makes it look a little more delicate and finer. So it is finally time to get into some finish, which is super exciting. So the case is pretty much finished prep through the entire process or through the project. So there wasn't really anything to do on here. It's all been ready to go since it was put together, which is super nice. I did spray off any sawdust with compressed air, and I wiped the surface down with some mineral spirits, which is going to accentuate any defects in the surface, just like the first coat finish will. And it's also going to remove any last little bit of sawdust or dust that's on the surface. So this will flash off. This is just mineral spirits, but it gives you a nice way to preview what's going to happen when the finish goes on. It gives you a chance to correct anything if anything needs to be corrected. Again, there was no problems here. Somehow it's been sitting in my shop and it hasn't been damaged. Somehow. So we're gonna get some finish on here, but normally I've shown this finishing process so many times, so I'm gonna show the wood coming to life, and I thought I would answer some kind of the general questions I've been getting on this finishing process over the last however many years I've been sharing this. So this is gonna be intricacies of wipe and varnish application, I guess. So two kind of categories of topics, the applicators, and then a little bit on the actual finishing products. So for the applicators, I get asked a lot, like what do I use to apply? And I use some cotton cloth rag things. You can buy these at any home center. It's gonna be in the paint department, and it's just like bulk cutoffs from like a t-shirt manufacturer somewhere. So it's just t-shirt material, and you can just cut it to whatever size you want. This stuff is gonna say lint free, or in this case it says, let's see, low lint. It's gonna have lint. So there is a little bit of prep work that you are gonna wanna do to this before it goes in the finish and then gets wiped all over this thing. You wanna get that lint out of there. So first off, I end up cutting my pieces down because this is a big piece, so I'll probably chop this into like 4 applicators. So as I'm cutting this, it's gonna create some frayed edges, and one thing you can do is just kind of ruffle them up a little bit to loosen them, and that'll help to release them. Ideally, if you can think ahead of time well enough, cut all your pieces and run them through a wash and dry in your machines, and that will help to remove a lot of lint. And coming out of the dryer, these should be pretty well lint free at that point. I typically don't have that kind of forethought, so another thing you can do is after you cut it, just take some compressed air and blow the rag out. That's going to clean it, which is kind of nice. And you'd be surprised how much stuff comes flying out of these rags. So that is a applicator ready to go. Again, I don't have the forethought to go out and put these in the laundry. So I just ruffle them, blow them off, and they are good to go. Now the next thing is going to be on the finishing products themselves. So I like to use Armor Seal. This is going to be true of any wipe-on product if you're mixing it or you're buying one of the many ones that are out there. So over time, if they're sitting around, they will start to kind of degrade. You can use some Bloxygen or something like that to help prevent it, or like a stop loss bag, different ways of bagging things and storing things. But regardless, if you have some negative space in your can, it's going to degrade and it's not going to apply the same as a fresh can. So for a project like this, I'll go out and buy a new can so I have it. The old stuff can still go on, and it works really well for your seal coats because you're not really worried about application quality at that point. When it really becomes an issue is when you're trying to do those final builds and you're trying to have no streaks in your finish. So whatever can I have lying around is the oldest. That's what I'm going to use first, just to kind of get rid of it. Essentially, it becomes just a sealing product. It comes into like another question I've gotten over the years too, is why don't I use a separate sealing product? It's just to have less things around. That's really about it. You can buy a separate sealing product if you want, or you can just use the same product. It doesn't really matter. I use the same product because it helps me get rid of the old stuff. So for the first couple of coats, I'll use this stuff out of this gallon thing. It's like half full. It's not new enough to apply evenly enough for a good top coat. So this will get used up on this first one. And on that first one, the wood's super thirsty. So it's going to get rid of a lot of finish, which is kind of nice. And you can save your good stuff for the top coat. So that's just a little bit about some of the intricacies of this process. Otherwise, you see me do this many times. So it's the same as always. We're going to do 5 coats. The first 1.5 coats is just a seal coat. It's going to penetrate into the wood and form that initial layer. Coats 3 and 4 are going to be your build coats, and then the 5th coat is going to be the final sort of touch-up finessing coat, which the 5th coat doesn't really do anything except fix the sheen on the 4th coat. So that's it. So it's been 2 days and I have 4 coats of finish on here, and I'm getting ready to apply the 5th coat. And with this finishing process, the 5th coat is probably the most important. I mean, the fact that it's a 5th coat doesn't really matter. It's the last coat. So with this, you put on as many coats as you want to get the build you want. This is kind of the final look as far as the sheen that I want. So one more than that would be the final coat. In this case, 5. So The fifth coat is essentially a fixing coat. So at this point we have a pretty good surface, but it has some dust nibs in it. If you have any streaks or anything like that, this will be the step that removes all that and makes everything perfect. Everything beneath that last coat is going to be perfect. So with this one, if you haven't been doing a good job of sanding between coats and you have a lot of dust nibs and things, this coat you can sand a little more aggressively if you want. That is definitely an option. I usually sand a little more aggressively because I'm not too worried about what I'm going to do to the surface. That last coat is going to essentially go on really thin. It's going to fix the sheen issues that I have now by changing the sheen from sanding it. And we're going to put it on super duper thin, and that is going to cause it to dry to the touch very quickly. So it's going to have much less chance of having dust nibs settle in it. So you end up with a surface that is essentially as smooth as it is right now after sanding. So let me wipe this dust off of here, and then we can get to applying the last coat. The cleaning step is also, more important on this coat because you don't want any little nibs and junk in your finish at all. On the last ones, it wasn't that big of a deal because you're going to sand between coats and get rid of any imperfections in the surface. After this one, we're not going to really want to have to sand too much. So by having a nice, super duper clean surface, you're going to save yourself a little bit of heartache. So on this coat, I like to just give my applicator a little douse of mineral spirits. That'll help to kind of pre-moisten it and cause it to absorb less finish from the can. And then trigger warning. You want to make sure this is a semi-gloss, so I want to make sure I get all of the flatteners off the bottom. And you can totally shake this stuff. That'll make some people crazy, but it's not going to put any bubbles in your finish if you're doing a wipe-on varnish. So I have a little bit of finish in here in the applicator, and I'm going to just get the surface wet. I'm not trying to build anything right now. I'm just trying to get a little bit of finish on top of here to fix the sheen. That's all this is doing. And the thinner the finish goes on, the faster it dries, the less time stuff has to settle in the finish. And that's it for that side. And in the time it's taking me to go around and apply finish to everything else and come back to this part, this is dry to the touch now. It's been maybe, 8 minutes or so. So that's not gonna really pick up any dust or anything floating around. So it should end up being very smooth when I check on it tomorrow morning. So this has been sitting for about a week now, and it's fully cured. And we can go around and start seeing where we have any more defects. This is gonna be a very tactile experience, just looking for any more dust nibs that might be there. There was for me. This is good. This foot feels pretty good. If I find something, it's a little bit of a rough spot here. So I have some 1000 grit sandpaper. You can use anything super fine. And just a little light sanding. You're not trying to change any sheen at this point. We're just trying to knock out any rough spots. This is a little rough right here. Like no pressure. Let's go. That feels good. So this is all good to go for some of these final assembly work. Yes. Let's start getting some backboards together next. So I have approximately 36 inches wide here to do, and we're going to do shiplap. So I'm going to go for 5 boards wide, and a little bit of math. It's going to be 7.5 inches wide per board, somewhere kind of in there, because we have the width of what you're going to see. We're going to have the width that gets removed by the shiplap, and then we have the added gap in that we're going to put between the boards. So we'll do all the math later on once we get things actually cut to size. So I have a couple pieces of maple here, which I'll cut my 5 boards from. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So today I'm just going to break these things down and get them rough milled. Our final thickness on these is going to be 5/8 of an inch thick. And as usual, we're going to work that thickness down over the course of a couple of milling sessions, because we're going from like solid 4/4 inch and 1/8 or so down to 5/8. So we're going to be making a lot of chips. So here are my planed down backboards. They're down to size. I've laid things out. I have some heartwood out here on the outsides, which will go against that walnut. I think that's going to look kind of nice. Get some fun kind of patterning in the boards here in the middle, which should be kind of fun. So now for the final width on this, we're going to do a shiplap. So we'll have these 2 boards lapped over each other, and we'll have an 1/8 inch gap in between. So we're going to take our total width of our case. We're going to remove the 4 gaps here, so it's going to be a 1/2 inch, and then we can divide by the 5 boards we're going to have in there, and it's going to give us our width, and we'll be able to remove the lap on either side, and it should fit into our case, or at least that's the theory. So I'll take this over to the saw and rip them down to final width. For me, that's going to be about 7.5 inches wide, and then from there I can start making the actual half lap type joint. So it's going to remove half the thickness of the board, which will be 5/16. These are 5/8 of an inch thick, and then they will be a 1/2 inch wide, so that they overlap by a 1/2 inch. Well, it'll be 3/8 when we have that gap in between them for movement. So I have my shiplaps cut now, and I just want to double check to make sure my math actually worked. So to take a measurement on here with these fully closed, I'm at 36 and 1/8, and we're going to add 4/8 into the middle, so that's going to be 36 and 5/8. So when I take my 1/2 inch off of the outside boards, they'll drop me down 1 inch, back down to 35 and 1/8, which is what I want for the back of my case. So now that's kind of out of the way, I will do my last rip cuts on those outside boards, and then cut them down to final length, and that'll be it for backboards, I guess. I think this is going to work out, which is good. So there we go. There's our 5 backboards, all pretty much ready to go. Normally I wouldn't apply finish to these, but I think just to keep the uniformity of the rest of the case, like the bracket feet down here, I'm going to go ahead and put a coat of finish on these. That should help kind of even things out, and then we'll do the final installation with a single screw on top and bottom of every one of them after finish. All right, that takes care of the backboards, and I only messed up the screw hole locations once. That one's supposed to be over this way a little bit, but we won't talk about that. There's the completed backside. So the serpentine shape of this obviously makes mounting the hardware a little more difficult, well, slightly more difficult than on a flat front, because now we have to deal with this curve. So we have just a little bit of curvature to deal with, not a big deal. So we will bend these things into the shape. If you had a much more severe bend than this, you may want to do that with a form. I'm just going to bend these by hand and just put a little curve into the hardware so it just rests down into the curve or onto the curve. All right, so I'm going to start laying these things out, getting them all in place, and then, oh boy, drilling some holes through the drawer fronts that I spent I don't know how long making look right. So that's always a little scary, I guess. Something I don't really enjoy, but it's part of the process. So now on the escutcheon, I think I changed my mind already. I think instead of centering it in the height of this drawer, I'm going to set them all to be 1/8 inch from the top. That's going to offset it slightly towards the top. I think that's going to be a nicer look. The nice thing about this is, since I'm only doing these 2 small nail holes, if I want to move it this way, I can do that without exposing my existing holes. So you have a little bit of maneuverability here if you want it. So on these, I just drill a hole that's a little bit smaller than the nail and gives a little bit of a friction fit. When I do the final installation for these, I'll put a little bit of CA glue down the hole before I drive the nail. This time, since I'm going to be swapping these for this demonstration, I'm just going to leave the nails in there dry, and I'll probably end up having the hole be a little bigger than I normally would, just to make taking these on and off a little bit easier. But normally, it would be a friction fit on a nail with some glue down the hole, and that's the final install on the escutcheons. All right, on to drawer bottom. So not a whole lot of crazy stuff happening here. We got a couple of boards, which I'll be gluing together to get the width that we're gonna need for the drawer bottoms. I get 2 out of this pair, and I have another board there, another board somewhere else. So I can get some more pairs. So at this point, I'm just gonna chop these things up, and we'll get our rough boards kind of milled up. So there are the panels for the bottoms all ready to go. These are 7/16 of an inch thick, which is 1/16 of an inch less than this distance here from the drawer back to the bottom of the side, so that the panels don't rub on the runners as the drawer is coming in and out. So you can see we got a little bit of a gap there, which is great. So with the panels all made up, I'm going to start with the easiest thing first, which is going to be to cross cut them to length to fit between the 2 grooves. So now we need to remove some material along the edges to make these things fit into the 1/4 inch grooves we have in there. So there's a lot of different ways to do this. Typically what I would do is just a beveled panel where I just cut a bevel on the 3 sides so that it fits into that groove. This time we're going to do a raised panel because I do have that serpentine thing on the front. I don't really feel like putting a bevel that's along a curve. That doesn't sound like as much fun. So we're going to do a raised panel here at the router table. I have a panel raising bit which basically produces a bevel with a tongue, so it has a very similar look to just a beveled panel which I normally would have. All right, so that takes care of the 2 edges. Now we just need to do the crazy front. So I'm gonna flip this thing over and bring in the drawer box. And with it aligned left to right, I can go ahead and just trace the curve right onto my drawer bottom. So now with that drawer bottom in there, next we can work on getting it cut to the right width. So removing the material we need removed in the back of the drawer so that it stops where it's supposed to stop. That drawer bottom is going to act as our drawer stop. And because that bottom is oriented so the grain expands and contracts this way, just like the case, the whole case and drawer bottom will expand and contract at roughly the same rate, which will keep the drawer at the right stopping point at the front of the case. So we need to remove whatever material we need for this drawer to go all the way back inside of here, past this bead. So I got a combination square here, and I'm gonna go pretty conservative on this. Take a quick measurement here. That's 1 1/16. So right here is the material that needs to be removed, all of this. So I will take this drawer over to the table saw and rip this bit of the drawer bottom out of here so it's out of the way. I'm going to go kind of conservative at this point, and then I will kind of fine tune things with a hand plane, just remove material and checking the fit until it actually stops right where I want it to stop, just past that bead, just like we kind of had it set earlier when we had no drawer bottoms in here. All right, so now all my drawers stop where they are supposed to, which is good. And now it's time for the most satisfying part of probably the entire project. Waxing the opening. So as you can tell, this thing doesn't really operate that well, but a little bit of wax in here is going to change that very drastically. So I just have some paste wax. I'm going to rub that onto the drawer runners on the case and then on the sides here where the guides are. And that is going to make this thing slide in and out of here like nobody's business. If you want some bonus points, you can also apply some wax to the bottom of the drawer sides. And like that, this should be a lot more smooth. That's better. This one's not done yet. This one's done. This one's done. Let's do this one. Very different. All right, so that's just about it. There's one last little thing that I'll do here as I'm bringing this thing into the house. And that is to attach the drawer bottoms to the drawer back. So I'll cut a little slot in the back of the drawer bottom. Not deep enough so you can see it from the inside of the drawer. And that is where I will secure it in the back with a screw. And that slot will allow the drawer bottom to float in and out behind that drawer back. And that screw will just help to keep the drawer bottom in place, keep it from becoming dislodged, and also support the weight in the back of the drawer. So here's a finished serpentine chest of drawers next to the dressing vanity. Two pieces of furniture from the same tree, two very different pieces of furniture overall. So it's just cool to see like two completed things out of one stick of tree that was just chilling in someone's yard. So as promised, we're going to run through different hardware options here on the serpentine chest, and we'll see which one ends up being the favorite. So here we go. So starting things off is the bright brass finish. Next we have the semi-bright. Next is the light antique, which is what you saw me put on earlier. Next up is the antique finish, and then dark antique. And then jumping over to the nickel finishes, we have the polished nickel and the satin nickel. So I'm going to go with the satin nickel. I think it does a nice job of complementing the walnut without fading into the background too much like some of the other ones did. I haven't used a nickel finish on a piece of furniture before, and I'm kind of liking this overall vibe. Now there is another slightly more ridiculous reason why I'm sticking with satin nickel, and that is because that was the last one that I put on there, and I don't feel like swapping hardware again. But I have all the other ones, so if I ever want to swap them, I can do that at any time. Anytime I have an extra hour to swap hardware. So I am super thrilled with the way this thing turned out. This has been on my list of things to make for a very long time. Some kind of not flat front chest of drawers has been on that list for a long time, and a serpentine chest kind of came up that list several years ago. So I'm really glad I was able to finally get a chance to try this out and execute a design, and I'm really happy with the way it turned out. Also, it was a really good learning experience as far as what it takes to make a non-flat front chest of drawers. It takes substantially more effort to go from a flat front to a serpentine front or a non-flat front chest. So there is that in the back of my mind as well. And of course, overall, I'm just really thrilled with the design. I really like the way this whole thing just kind of flows together as one curved thing that just goes from the top all the way down to the floor with the curved feet and that transition molding down there. Just, it's a really cool piece of furniture, and I'm really glad that it's here and I made it, and it used to be a tree. Every time I make something that started all the way back with some journey some time ago, it's just cool to be able to reflect and to know that, things like this come from trees. It's obvious, but if you remind yourself about it every now and then, it just has a little bit of a deeper meaning to it, which I think is pretty darn cool. So because this is the second piece of furniture from that tree, I thought this time we'll highlight the dressing vanity class over in the guild. Again, if you like a little more in-depth woodworking content, definitely check out my classes over in the guild. 150 videos spanning over 9 different classes, and this time is the dressing vanity. That one is a very interesting build because it really helps you work on your accuracy in your joinery and layout. There are several waterfall joints in that piece that are all incorporated in that miter joinery. So not only do your miters need to be absolutely perfect, you don't have a whole lot of margin for error as far as the joinery goes, because you need those joints to come together with as little material move as possible so you get those perfect waterfall joints over the corners. So a lot of really interesting casework in that one, and you get some dovetail drawers and some fun exploration of design making the mirror assembly. And again, I do have a set of plans for the Serpentine chest if you want to go down that road and try it yourself. So that is going to do it for this one. Thank you as always for watching. I greatly appreciate it. If you have any questions or comments about the Serpentine chest or anything back in the shop, please feel free to leave me a comment. As always, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. And until next time, happy working.